Huh? My crew or your crew? They're coming. Oh no, he just that was a one-time shot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody's car here is open with the trunk.
Yeah, because I have people's yoga mats that I stored, so they're gonna come in and pick them up. So there's no school today, yeah?
Nah, because
Or they're gonna come late, or they just don't come at all?
The AC unit went down. We're still contracted, so we'll still be here.
Okay. Maybe. All right. Morning. How are you?
Great.
Great. Good. Just the way we like it. Huh? No, not at all. Please organize your mats so that they're more symmetrical relative to everybody else, okay? So that there looks like a balance in the room, that you didn't squish yourself up next to somebody else, so that when I take pictures, it looks good. Okay, cool. Okay, so balance the room out. Mientras tanto, we're starting in a moment. I am extremely punctual. Not a fan of tardiness. Yes. 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 It is what it is.
When's your birthday coming up?
September 11th. Yeah. Yeah, big birthday. Big historical birthday. Oh yeah, on the 10th. All right, let's start. Sitting. We're gonna begin with pranayama. Just briefly explain a tiny bit that with pranayama, we have the inhale, the suspension, the exhale, and the suspension. Does that sound reasonable? That in any breath, we can divide it into 4 parts. An inhale, a suspension after the inhale, an exhale, and a suspension after the exhale, okay? So in pranayama, the relationship between these parts equals the effect, okay? Now this is a lecture that I'm going to give soon enough, more complete, only about pranayama. But for right now, I'd like you to know that if you were to use this particular pattern, the effect is balancing. Okay? Balancing. And that's kind of really what we want. So when we have an inhale that's equal to the exhale, when we have a suspension that's equal to each other, now we have a balance effect. Okay? The great science of pranayama is that there is a relationship between your breath and your mind. So if you go around life thinking that your mind, the frequencies of your mind and your states of consciousness are just random and that you are not able to influence them, it's simply because you don't know this. Okay? So when you know this, then you can be in any state of consciousness, low, and determine that you want to shift it into a higher state of consciousness, and you just simply can employ a different breath and you will have a different effect. Make sense? So we're going to use this today. Okay, 6, 3, 6, 3. That means we're going to be inhaling, counting to 6, holding the breath, counting to 3, exhaling, counting to 6, and holding the breath, counting to 3. Now, just for the sake of thoroughness and accuracy, it's also true that this is equally done using the same as the breaths. So it also could be inhale 6, hold for 6, exhale 6, hold for 6. Okay, has anybody ever heard of something called square breathing? Yes, box breathing, square breathing, exactly. Now, how do you think that you've heard of that? I mean, I mean, when we say that, what are we saying? We're using a Western name, right, to describe a very specific pranayama practice that has been extracted out of yoga and out of this science and taken into mainstream psychology. And they call it box breathing. This is what they call box breathing. Why? Because it's like a box, right? And in a box, you have everything is equal. So 6, 6, 6, 6. You see? Inhale 6, suspend 6, exhale 6. Now, as I said, modern psychology and all different sorts of modern applications are using this breath. Even the military uses this breath. Okay, before missions, they do this. Like, this is what I was told, because it really gives the person an opportunity to elevate consciousness or to balance the mind, to bring yourself into a state of relaxation and calm and presence. Okay, so whether it is 6363 or 6666, and remember these numbers are relative. So it could also be 4, 4, 4, 4. Does that make sense? It's just relative numbers. It could be 8, 8, 8, 8, or 10, 10, 10, 10, or 10, 5, 10, 5. It doesn't matter. These are just relative numbers. Okay. All right. We're going to do alternate nostril breathing, okay, which is the practice that I really want to teach you. Now, that means that you're going to be inhaling through one side, exhaling through the other side, then inhaling through the second side, and exhaling through the first side, which will then equal 1 round. Okay, but we're going to talk about this for a moment. Has anyone ever done this before? Alternate nostril breathing, right? So you've gotten to a class and they started to coach this, right? And how have they done it? Have they not said something along the lines of block one and inhale through the other one, right? And then they'll say block the other, like that. Is that pretty much? Okay, now I'd like to address this, talk about this. In fact, let's just do it for a moment. Please block one side, inhale through the other side. Now exhale regular. But now you're going to do the other way. So now block the opposite and inhale. Okay, now exhale normal. Now just for sake of interest, my interest, we're going to do that one more time, please. Block the first side, inhale. Exhale. Being sensitive to what you're feeling, and then block the other side, inhale. Now, how many people have equal airflow between both nostrils? Completely equal. Equal. Okay. Anybody else? Most people would not. Okay. It would be highly unusual, and it's a good sign. It's a good thing that it is equal, but most people are not going to have it. Most people, did we not feel one side blocked? Like the one side inhales real easy, but the other side not as easy? Okay. That is normally how it is. As a result, doing pranayama like this doesn't work. Because on the one side, you can do it. Okay, relaxing. But on the other side, it's like, you know, it's actually stressful and it's not relaxing. And the thing about pranayama is it must be relaxing. Rule number one, pranayama, relaxation is the goal, or balance, but really they're very similar. So there's actually a technique for this. All right, I just want to share it with you. Ultimately, with pranayama, you can always do it one of two ways. You can do it physically, meaning you can use your hands, right? This is called the hatha yoga way, where you're going to use your hands and manipulate the channels and get into it with your physical body, hatha yoga style. Or there's another way of doing all of these practices, which is to do the whole thing mentally. Psychic practice. That means you're not doing it physically, you're only visualizing the whole thing. Okay, so obviously the visualization part, which is called the Raja Yoga practice, is a bit more intermediate. And I'm not suggesting that you just start right away. I just do want to tell you that some people have a hard time with the nose thing. And if that's the case, ultimately, it's really not that important, and you can use the mind. And if you're going to use the mind, one visualization would be you inhale from one nostril into the third eye, and as you hold, your awareness stays at your third eye, and then as you exhale, you're sending it out of the other side. You're visualizing light or some form of energy, maybe like a shooting star, something like that kind of trail of energy. Okay, all right. But now let's talk about the hand. Okay, when I block one nostril, I lift the other one. Okay, let's start that again. When I block one, I lift. Now, what do I lift? I lift the bone, okay, where the bone starts to become the cartilage, the actual stay on the bone. Now lift it up towards your third eye. So I'm literally taking the skin of my nose and pushing it up. And as I do that, I'm going to open my blocked nostril. Every time you do this, when you're using your hand, you're actually holding both sides at the same time, but one side's being blocked, the other side's being lifted. Then you will switch and block and lift for the exhale. Keep this blocked and lifted inhale. Block, lift, exhale. Now, before we get into the actual whole deal, I just want to kind of verify that we have this idea, this experience that your blocked nostril, that was before your blocked nostril, when you lift it, that you can get more air in. Can everyone feel that? Because that's what I need. Please, everyone verify that when you block, when you lift, the one that was blocked, it's not blocked anymore. Okay, and if not, it's because you're probably not doing it right. So I'm going to help you. Which side's blocked?
Well, sometimes there's.
Yeah, and you obviously had to blow your nose, and this is where they created the whole neti pot whole thing, where you're supposed to like put water and the whole thing of cleaning. But obviously, this is about diet, okay? And this is good that you're in detox mode already on day one, okay? But yeah, so if you're blocked,
Yeah.
and just let me try it. Blocked and then lift like that. Feel that? See how you can take in more air when you lift? That's the feeling. All right. So now we have that. Next thing. And the last thing I will tell you before we actually do the practice, which I would like to teach you how to hold your breath. Okay? How to hold the breath. Now, anytime you're only going to hold your breath for 3 counts or even up to 6 counts, that's not a big deal. And it's unlikely that you could ever hurt yourself or anybody doing this stuff. But when or if you ever did do other types of pranayamas, which were longer holds of breaths or anything like that, then you really have to know how to hold your breath. So I would like to give you that instruction first, and then we will go into the practice. Most of us, and let's do it, okay? Inhale. We're going to hold our breath for 3 seconds. Ready? Inhale. Hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Release it. We're going to do that again. Inhale. Hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Exhale. All right. Did you observe that when you hold your breath, you close your throat? Have you observed that? You want to try it again? Inhale. And when I say hold your breath, you close your epiglottis. Agreed? And then when I say release it, it's like a scuba tank opening up, right? Okay. In both cases, that's not how we're going to do it. All right? So what I would like to coach you is that you are able to inhale and you are able to hold your breath, or we could even say suspend your breath, without ever closing your epiglottis, without ever closing your throat. You just simply stop inhaling, but you do not close your throat. Understand what I'm saying here? You can inhale. If you wanted to, you could inhale more. That's where you've stopped inhaling, but your throat stays open. And then as you exhale, same thing. Your throat stays open. Okay? So that is the how to hold your breath instruction. This is the how to use your hands instruction. I've given you the how to use your mind instruction. Okay? How to sit. Okay, let's just speak for a moment about how to sit. Yeah, of course. No, this is not about the ujjayi. The valve in this case will be here. It will not be here. Pranayama is all about where's the valve. Okay, and in ujjayi is in the throat. But here we're going to use this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me just explain how to sit briefly. Okay. I think I could use this block, but I might need one more block. Can I borrow one more? Okay. All right. Let me explain this because part of our opening meditation describes to people that they have to sit on top of a block or a bolster. Okay, it's kind of how the whole thing starts. Come to a sitting position, sit on top of a block or a bolster. Okay, so I want to explain why I'm saying that and what's going on with that and why most people really want to sit on top of something. So if I were to sit here on the floor, so let's make sure the camera can see me, just in case. Yeah. All right. So if I were to sit on the floor regular, okay, and you're going to observe that my knees right now are higher than my hips. Everyone agree with that? See, I don't have my knees flat on the floor. Sitting here, I have this. And even if I were to do something like that, I still have my knees higher. Okay, so if I could sit here and I could sit comfortably for about 3 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes. Now, at some point, if you tell me that I need to have a lengthened spine or a vertical spine, and I'm sitting here, and then I want to listen to your instruction, then I'm going to start to have to use a lot of muscular force and energy to try to maintain this feeling. And I really have to use a lot of effort, which, again, I can maintain for a good 2 minutes. But after the 3-minute mark, I start to cramp, and now all these muscles are compensating, and I'm behind my shoulder. Because why? Because I'm in an effortful position. Why? Because I'm forcing. Now, if I were to just sit regular, I would have this lower back curved, and this is also not sustainable or not ideal. Now, so what happens then if I can sit on top of something? Well, immediately when I sit up on something, my knees go down. See that? Look at that. Now, as I'm on top of something, my knees are below my hips. Now, what I want and what you want and what everybody wants in a sitting position is to have a back bend. Okay, an actual lower back bend. Can you, if you can't see, I'll rotate a little bit, but the idea is that if you had a tail, okay, a big tail, your tail would be facing behind you. Okay, so you would be sticking your butt out and you would have a curve in your lower back. And then once you have this and your head is in line with everything else you're not for, okay, once you have this, it's just relaxation. Okay, y'all want to try this for a second? If you have anything, you can sit on it. We've got a couple blocks here. I like to throw them around. But if you can just feel the difference into how effortless this is, and that's what sitting position needs to be. It needs to be effortless. Now, there are a few of you ladies who have the really open hips. And in your cases, y'all can sit on the floor flat and you can still have the back bend. Because as long as you can still have the back bend, you don't need to sit on top of something. But for all of us who have our knees a little bit higher, then there's no way to get a back bend, in which case you want to sit on top of something. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. Any questions? Anything? Anyone want to? Any thoughts on this? Actually, that's better. That's better. Yeah. Any questions or thoughts? Because at this point now, we have gone over everything I needed to go over for pranayama practice, which is how to sit, how to use your hands, how to use your mind, how to hold your breath, and what is the count. Okay? At this point now, we're ready to go. Do you have any questions? We're going to do. Yes, please. Everyone try it. Okay, does not anybody have any questions before we do our pranayama practice? And then we're going to start. Yeah. There's a few options on the feet. The question really is, how is it most comfortable for you? Okay, because there's one way where you cross them under, and that's a different way. The idea is to get the back bend, to feel no pain in your knees. Okay, nothing be in your knees. Okay, and don't be forcing lotuses or anything. The idea is to be comfortable, have your spine vertical, have that back bend, and then be able to relax. This is all about relaxation. Okay, and if you're forcing a position, then that's not relaxation. Okay. If there are no questions, close your eyes. Relax your mind. I'm going to give you the first few rounds, counting myself physically for you out loud. And then at that point, soon after, I will let you do it by yourself. With your mind relaxed, using your right hand, block your right nostril and lift your left. And inhale through your left for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now suspend. 1, 2, 3. Now exhale out of the right for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now suspend. 1, 2, 3. Now inhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suspend. 1, 2, 3. Now exhale out of the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suspend. 1, 2, 3. Now inhale the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suspend. 1, 2, 3. Exhale the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suspend. 1, 2, 3. Inhale the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Suspend. 1, 2, 3. Exhale left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Continue. Inhale the left when you're done with the suspension. Mind relaxed. Body relaxed. Concentrating on the count and on the relaxation that this breath is affecting you with. All right, your last exhalation out of your left nostril. You can release your hands. All right, any questions or things to discuss about that experience? So this is 10 minutes every day of that, okay? It's better to do it before you come, okay? In the morning, first thing in the morning. I mean, we start at 9, it's so late. I mean, I don't know where you're coming from, you're coming from very far. And if that's the case, then 9's not late at all, you know. But for some of you that are not so far away, then 9, as you can imagine, you know, we can get up at 6. So, you know, do a little pranayama before you come, 10 minutes, okay? And the 10-minute meditation. Better do it before. But if you do it in the night, it's fine. All right. No questions? Good. Let's begin. Come to your hands and your knees. Line your hands up under your shoulders. Line your knees under your hips. Yes, at some point you will need your materials. If you want to get them now, it's okay. If you want to wait, it's okay. I'll tell you when you really need it. Right now, we'll just move our body for a minute. So once you have your hands under your shoulder, your knees under your hips, inhale, drop your belly down to the floor. Look up to the sky. Exhale, push your hands into the floor. Lift your spine. Look to your belly. Inhale, drop your belly down as you look up. Exhale, push your hands. Lift your spine. Look to your belly. Good. One more time. Inhale, drop your belly down. Look up. I'm going to move you a little bit. Actually, I'm going to move you a lot. On your exhale, come into downward dog. Your very first possible downward dog. Okay, so I'm going to move you a little bit. Downward dog of the day. All right, so let's take it nice and easy. Bend your right knee. Then bend your left knee. All right, so bend your right knee. I'm going to move you over a few inches. And then bend your left knee. Then, and again. Bend your right knee. This time, though, keep it bent. Okay, so now you have it bent and your other leg is straight. So please simply breathe into the straight leg. Now you're already breathing the Ujjayi breath through your nose. All right, now switch legs. Your other one is the bent one. That's where you're breathing. So you're feeling, you're sending the breath to that back of that leg. Good. Now take both legs into a neutral position and drop your head down and shake your head like you're saying yes. And then like you're saying no. Yes and no. And then go ahead and come down into child's pose and relax. So here's your home base. Return here whenever you want to. Less is more, and the more you rest, the happier I will be. On your exhale, come into downward dog. Let's start to breathe slower and breathe deeper. Take your hands a little wider. Slower and deeper. Okay, good. And with a bit of a sound, the S quality sound is the inhale. The H quality sound is the exhale. Lift your right leg off the ground. Good. Take your leg with a rotation that is internal rotation. I'm going to move you a little bit. Good. Take your leg down and switch legs. So the leg that's up is on, which now would likely be your left leg, but whatever leg you haven't done. Internal, you turn the femur in, you activate your foot, relax your jaw. Now breathing. Your hands a little wider. Turn out also. Good. All right, take your leg down in child's pose. Relax. Rest, please. The more you rest, the better. Enjoy resting, just like anything else.
Exhale, downward dog. Feel like you're a sponge. Feel like you're a sponge and that you're breathing through your skin. Can you feel like you're breathing through your skin? Not your nose. Now lift your right leg off the ground and bend your knee. Open your hip. Keep your hips kind of squaring down to the ground, but there's a rotation in the femur. Relax your jaw, squeeze your core. Little hint of a smile, showing or demonstrating a feeling of well-being. Switch your legs, one down, other one up. So this hint of a smile, it's a mudra, really. I call it samadhi mudra. It's a position that you put your body in that has an effect on your mind. And when you put your hint of a smile upon your lips, you're feeling a sense of peace. Child's pose, relax. All right, now on the next, so rest whenever you want to. On the next exhale, come into downward dog. Whereby here you're going to have some options where option number 1 is child's pose or downward dog itself. Option 2, downward dog is fine. The issue is the push-ups and everything else. Option 2, you want to work on the plank position or some kind of a push-up position. So that would happen here. Option 2, you have to bring your hands forward and straighten yourself all the way up. Option 3, you actually want to do push-ups. So either on your fists or on your whatever or not. For the next 3 breaths, you're going to do whatever you want. 3. Remember what I said about those push-ups yesterday? You got to bring your shoulders, come straighten your legs on the floor. Yeah, off the ground. Regular. Okay. You got to come forward first and then go down and then go up. Okay, so that I know just how to do it though. You got to do it. That's the way. All right, now when you're done, lie down. Very good. Lie down, everybody, on your bellies. Hands under your shoulders. Inhale, cobra pose with your belly in. Exhale, forehead on the floor. Inhale, cobra pose with your tailbone between your legs. Exhale, forehead on the floor. Inhale, cobra pose with your shoulders back and down, your belly and your tailbone down. Exhale, downward dog. Good. Take the deepest breath of your entire life. Infuse that breath with gratitude. Squeeze out that last part of your exhale. And then walk your feet between your hands. And keep your knees bent. And inhale, lift your heart. And then exhale, relax your neck. And now inhale, arms through your heart. Reach up to the sky and look up. And on your exhale, arms down by your sides in Tadasana. Okay, so that was the opening sequence. Does that sound familiar from yesterday? Okay, that was what you were teaching each other. Okay, and today we have a lot of information on how to teach yoga, actually. Let's go to sun salutations. So inhale, arms up over your head, reach up. And on the exhale, forward bend, knees bent, hands on the floor. Inhale, lift your heart, hands stay down on the floor. Hands stay down on the floor, and the knees stay bent. Exhale, step your feet. You're going to come to the front of your mat. Exhale, step your feet back and lower yourself down. Now inhale, cobra pose or upward facing dog, depends on your preference. Exhale, downward facing dog or child's pose, depends on your preference to rest or not. Now we're going to do 5 breaths here. 5, take your feet back. Okay, so start to count the breath. Count the 6 counts on the inhale. Keep your legs very strong and that bandha, that perineal floor, hands a little wider. 3, yeah, and even, so the left hand should go for you, and wide spread. 2, listen to your breath, not your thoughts. 1, walk your feet forward, keep your knees bent. Inhale, lift your heart. Exhale, relax your neck. Inhale all the way up, rise up. Exhale, arms down. I will teach one more, and then you will do 2 on your own. Inhale, arms up. So pay attention. Exhale, forward bend with your knees bent, hands on the floor. Inhale, keep your hands down, look up. Exhale, step your feet back. Lower down. Now, those that want to do push-ups for your self-practice, you could do push-ups at your discretion. But then inhale, cobra pose or upward dog. And exhale, downward dog or child's pose. Downward dog or child's pose for 5 breaths. 5. Keep breathing. Keep feeling your triceps squeezing. 4. Let this building of this heat, this breath building heat. 3. Through your nose. 2. 1. Walk your feet forward. Keep your knees bent. Inhale as you lift your heart. Exhale, relax your neck. Inhale, rise, reach, and look up. Exhale, arms down. Please do 2 by yourself. Inhale to begin. You will now need your materials, everybody. So if you don't have them, get them out. You're going to need your sequences and photos, mostly. It's also fine to have the script as well, but more importantly is the photos. Now, when you get to downward dog, you can also do child's pose. And now you start to do 5 breaths. Now, if you have any questions that are personal to your practice, please stop what you're doing and let me know. Good. Done with the 5 breaths. You walk your feet forward and do 1 more. Again, if you have questions, I'm here for that. Our sequence has, no, you got to come up all the way. You got to finish that one. So you would exhale, relax your neck first. First, you would like exhale, relax your neck, and then inhale all the way up. And then exhale, and that ends 1. And now you're going to do the last one by starting all over again. By inhaling, arms up, but we got to start again. Exactly right. Okay, having fun, just kind of getting used to the idea of guiding yourself, because you don't teach from a book. You teach from your self-practice exclusively. All right, so we're in 5 breaths. Please rest in child's pose. If you want to, take your feet backwards, all the way back, way back. Yeah. Keep breathing. I'll count these 5 breaths. We've got about 3 more. 3. Through your nose. 2. 1. Okay, so walk your feet forward and keep your knees bent. And inhale, lift your heart. Just the photos will be fine for now. And exhale, relax your neck. Knees are always bent. Good. And then inhale, rise up all the way up. Some of you are skipping steps. Exhale, arms down. We'll figure it out. Slowly, slowly. Okay, but you all understand, right? So it's inhale, lift your heart. Then it's exhale, relax your neck. And then it's inhale all the way up. And then exhale, Tadasana. Okay, we'll be doing it millions of times, so don't worry. Now it's Sun Salutation B, which begins by bending your knees. Inhale, chair pose. Exhale, forward bend. Keep your knees bent. Now inhale, lift your heart. And now exhale, step back your feet. Just your heart. Step back your feet, lower yourself down, do your planks. Okay, so now inhale, cobra pose or upward dog. And exhale, downward dog. The difference now is we're going to bring right foot between your hands. Inhale, warrior 1 as you come up, rising up on an inhale. Exhale, plank position, lower down on the exhale. So it's got to be with the breath, girls. Lower down on an exhale. Inhale, cobra. Exhale, downward dog. Step your left foot between your hands. You inhale, that's perfect, Selva. That's exactly how you got to do it. Exhale, go down. Plank position, lower down. Do you see how you're moving with your breath, please? And then inhale, cobra pose. And then exhale, downward dog or child's pose. So please use these child's poses to rest. Okay, I got a long day, a lot to do today. So please enjoy resting. Now, if you absolutely don't want to rest, that's fine. It's totally cool. Okay, but just please know that less is more. 5, 4. We got 3 more breaths. 3. So I want them to be straight, but we don't want them completely hyperextended. It's a real meditative practice for you hyperextenders. We'll be talking about that, but just in the meantime, just don't go crazy with hyperextension. 1. All right, so now walk your feet forward. Keep your knees bent as you inhale, lift your heart, and then exhale, relax your neck. Now, bend your knees, inhale, chair pose, and exhale, standing with your arms by your sides, Tadasana. That was 1. We got 3 more. Bend your knees, inhale, chair pose. Exhale, forward bend with the knees bent. And I'll explain the knees bent soon enough. Inhale, lift your heart, maybe tomorrow. Exhale, step your feet back and do your planks and lower down. So this is the last one I'm going to be teaching because you're doing it by yourself after this. Inhale, cobra with your breathing through your nose. Exhale, downward dog. Right foot forward. Inhale, go up, please. Let me hear the inhale. Exhale, go down. Ujjayi breathing, moving meditation. Inhale, cobra. Exhale, downward dog, left foot forward. Good, please inhale, warrior 1. I don't need to tell you. Please exhale, go down. This is 100% about you and your practice, which is self-practice. Inhale, cobra pose. Exhale, child's pose. Child's pose. Or child's pose. 3 options. Child's pose, or child's pose. Is that too much?
No.
It's okay. All right, done resting, downward dog. Let's take 3 deep breaths. 3 breaths in downward dog. 3, 2. Okay. So now 1, walk your feet between your hands. Keep your knees bent. Inhale, lift your heart. Not yet. Inhale, lift your heart. Exhale, relax your neck. Now bend your knees. Inhale, chair pose. And then exhale, Tadasana, arms down. That is good. Now please do 2. Any questions? Sun salutation B. Questions? Ready to do it by yourself? Yeah. In this particular chair pose, in sun salutations, the feet are together. But I often do teach chair pose with the feet apart. But in sun salutations, because it's so just 1 breath everything, and technically it is feet together. Okay? Good stuff. Same question? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because in sun salutations, the feet are together. But later on in life, you might want to do it with your feet apart. Okay? All right, so no more questions. Let's do 2, please, by yourself. You begin by bending your knees. Inhale, chair pose, and keep it going from there. If you have any questions, either refer to your material or refer to me. But please inhale when you go up. Please exhale when you go down. This is really the only thing that matters. Okay? So Josephine, you can bring your foot forward. In fact, you would need to at least to there. And if you don't make it there on your step, then you use your hand to move it forward. Exactly.
So I want to.
So if you're in downward dog, okay, and then you step your foot forward, let's see how far you get it forward. Is it one less than the other one?
Yeah. this-
Okay, so go for it. Let's see it, what it looks. So, all right, so you get it there. Then you go take this hand and you move it forward. Then inhale warrior one.
Do I want it in the middle or do I want it?
Right exactly where it is where you want it now. Yeah, that's the good, because you're gonna have that width for warrior one that you need, yeah. Yeah, please do two. When you're done with two, we'll meet in child's pose. Or if you have questions, stop what you're doing and let's talk about it. Arms by your sides. Is that okay? I don't want to hear that breathing. I like hearing that breathing. Okay, so if you don't have your materials and pictures at this point, I'm gonna just simply ask why. So who does not presently have it? I think one reason is that I might have somebody's. So let me just make sure I didn't, or at least I have the ones that I made for you guys myself. All right, so if you don't have the photos and pictures today, I have 2 extra copies. Okay, if you do have it, you need one? Okay, cool. Good. Okay, otherwise, please get out your stuff. Cool. Yeah, go ahead and keep that. Yeah. Okay, so everyone has this in photos. Your script is secondary. I mean, you can have your script nearby, but I'm much more needing this first. Okay, and I would like you to please open up to the page called the standing sequence. So that's the second page. You can use this for today. You have it. Okay, cool. Perfect. Then I'll take it back. Okay, and you have it. All right. All right. So that's excellent. Okay. Now, we're not all here, but all right. Well, we're missing 2 people. Oh, I'll wait then if it's 2 people. All right, any questions before I move on? Any thoughts about, yeah, good. I'm ready for it.
So I think, I don't just want to count all of that. I think this is a good
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right now, there's 3 of you that downward dog is a terrible pose for you guys. I'm not getting into this yet, okay? But there's a few of you here that downward dog is awful. And I don't mean that you're doing it awful. You're not doing it awful at all. I mean, the pose is awful for you, meaning it doesn't have a good effect. It has to do with shoulder structure, which is really your issue. And the same with you, as you already know. Yeah, I'm just not focusing on this yet. Tomorrow, I probably will focus on it. But I just want to keep moving forward with the choreography because I don't want to get stuck on just talking about shoulder structures. But absolutely, for right now, the people that do not like downward dog, okay, and you two are candidate one, and there is another one of you guys too. Okay, so for right now, it's fine. It's wonderful. It's great. It's a great thing. Okay, you have a wonderful body. Okay, it just doesn't like downward dog. Okay, but it's structural, and there's nothing you can ever do about it, and it's never going to change. Okay, so but we'll talk about how that works soon enough. Right now, as like I said, I'm focusing on moving forward. But what I am making sure is nobody's hurting themselves. And I'm exploring your bodies to see whether it's structural or whether it's simply a lack of awareness. See, with Selva, it's 100% structural. Okay, in your case, I'm not convinced yet that it's structural because when I move your body, it moves a little bit with me. Okay, so we'll play around with it. Yeah, when we get into downward dog alignment. you keep doing downward dog as long as you're not hurting yourself and as long as your daily life is okay. Yeah, because some people do downward dog and it brings stress and tension to your neck. Yoga actually causing neck and shoulder tension, causing it, not helping it. Okay, and so that's fascinating, right? But it's very possible, and 1 in 10 people have that, or 1 in 20. Okay, and it's just purely structural. Same thing with the hips. Okay, some people have space, and this is a big lecture. I'll talk about that when I'm ready. Okay, thank you though. Yeah, in the meantime, if you have any specific questions, always keep addressing them. All right, we have a sequence that has sun salutation A. Well, the opening sequence, we do it once. Okay, then we have sun salutation A, which we do that 4 times. Then we have sun salutation B, and we do that 4 times, which is what we've just done. Everyone agree? Okay. Now we move into the standing sequence, where everything that we're going to do is going to be a 5-breath pose. So all the poses that we're doing are for 5 breaths. And then there's a lot of things that are just simply transitions to get to the next thing. That would be, of course, 1 breath. But when we're in a pose, it's going to be 5 breaths. Now today, we're going to learn this in a choreographical way. Okay, now what's the difference between choreography and real practice? Well, oh, cool. Sorry, I like animals. It's like an iguana. I mean, it's not just an iguana. It's not just an iguana. It's a divine creature that when we give it a name like iguana, then it loses all of its mystery. You know what they say? As soon as you're told that a pigeon is a pigeon, you never see a pigeon again. Do you know how you used to see a pigeon when you were 2? And that's how I would like to see that iguana. You know what I mean? Because that's the reality of things. And then we are reducing it through the cage of language, you know. Khalil Gibran, huh? Yeah. Wow. One time I was in Aruba. This will be a quick story. One time I was in Aruba and I was practicing outside and there was a lizard. Well, I was doing my thing, and like as I was doing my plank, you know, getting really close to the ground, I looked really close and there was a dead lizard like within like a few inches of my face, and he was just sitting there and I'm like just dead. I was like, oh man, I don't want to do plank pose for the next hour like with this little guy here like this. So I went to grab something to cover him up, you know, like kind of cover him up. I don't want to watch him. I don't want to stare at him the whole time. So as I covered him up, he flinched. Now this was something that looked like he got run over by a truck. I mean, like he looked in such bad condition. Okay. So then when he flinched and moved, I was even more sad. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh no, you're still alive? Like, it was like that, you know, like, oh God, you're still alive. That's much worse, really, you know? So then I'm thinking, oh God, if you're still alive, you must be very thirsty. You know, I'm like, you must be thirsty as shit. You know, so my language. So I went and got him some water, you know? So now I'm getting this, like the piece of paper and the water, and I'm dripping the water into his mouth, you know, and the whole thing. And he's starting to get the water, you know, and he takes the water. I'm like, oh, okay, you know, drinking the water. You give him a little bit more. Then he moves some more, you know, then he starts really flinching. I'm like, oh, now you're going to just die. You know, that was fun. Okay, we got a little water, and now you can just die. So he flinches around even more. I'm like, all right, I gave him more water, and then I keep practicing, and they disappeared. And then I saw him on the wall, and I knew it was him because he didn't have a tail, right? It was definitely him, and he was gone. So, I mean, this is the things that make me so happy in life. Honestly, that like those experiences, you know, or like when a bird flies into the wall or something, and then and I can catch it and then re-put it. One time in Miami, a bird flew into the room, hit the wall and cracked its neck and fell unconscious in the room with its neck jerked to the side, and everyone thought he was dead because he was just like that, unconscious. And I grabbed him, I took him outside and I took his head I have a lot of experience with wildlife. I took his head with my fingers and I clacked his neck back into place like a chiropractor. Yeah, and he woke back up and flew away. Again, these are things that make me very happy in life. The littlest things are not little. Yeah. Yeah, we do. I don't disagree. All right. I have to focus because our days are short and I appreciate that. All right. What I'm trying to tell you is that after 4 sun salutations B, we begin this sequence. We're going to learn it today. It's going to be very choreographical. It means we're going to be very fast moving today as we learn the memorization of what's what. Okay. But this is never done fast. This is always done slow. Okay. But for learning, we're going to learn it in a, say, choreographical way. I want you to, again, distinguish what I mean by that. All right. So let's do it. Downward dog, please. I'm not interested in alignment. I'm not interested in anything except choreography. Of course, if something doesn't feel right, that's different. Let me know. Step your right foot forward. Now inhale, warrior 1. All right. So warrior 1 is a 5-breath pose. This is our first pose. It's 5 breaths. How many breaths? 5 breaths. Now, after 5 breaths, it will be exhale into warrior 3. Go ahead, exhale, warrior 3, come off your back leg. So that was an exhale, and it was into warrior 3. This is a 5-breath pose. How many breaths? 5. Now, after 5 breaths, it will go like this. Inhale, warrior 1. Exhale, interlace your fingers behind your back. Inhale, lift your heart. If you have no lower back pain, exhale, humble warrior. Humble warrior is a 5-breath pose. How many breaths? This is a 5-breath pose. After 5 breaths, you will inhale, warrior 1. And yeah, 1. And then exhale, put your hands on the floor, step your feet back and do your plank. And lower down. And then inhale, warrior cobra. And exhale, downward dog. All right, let's do the left side. So step your left foot between your hands. It is a what to come into warrior 1? How do you do it? That's correct. That's inhale, warrior 1. How many breaths? That's 5 breaths. Now, after 5 breaths, what's going to happen? Exhale to do what? Warrior 3. Correct. That is an exhale to go to warrior 3, which is how many breaths? That is correct. Now, after we did 5 breaths, we're going to inhale, warrior 1. And then exhale, interlace your fingers behind your back. And now inhale, lift your heart. If you have no back history, exhale, humble warrior. How many breaths? This is 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, we will do what? Correct. Inhale, warrior 1. And then exhale, hands down, plank position, lower down. Inhale, cobra. Let's do it again, please, on the right side. So on the right side, what would I do? What do I do? Step your right foot forward and then inhale, warrior 1. Everyone agree with that? That's inhale for warrior 1. It's not inhale, step your foot forward. It's inhale, warrior 1. Okay? How many breaths? Then what? Exhale to warrior 3. Correct. How many breaths? Okay, what happens now? Correct. Inhale, warrior 1. Then exhale, interlace your fingers behind your back. Then inhale, lift your heart. Then if you have no back pain or history, exhale, humble warrior. How many breaths? 5 breaths. Exactly right. Now, how do we close? How do we finish this one? We inhale, warrior 1, and exhale, plank position, lower down. Okay, making sense? Okay, cobra inhale, Downward dog, exhale. All right, so now what do we have to do for the left side? What is it? What's the instruction? Step your left foot forward and inhale, warrior one, for how many breaths? Okay, that's true. So that's 5 breaths. Then what? Exhale, warrior three. And that is how many breaths? 5 breaths. That is correct. Then what? Correct. And then lift your heart. And if you have no back pain, exhale. Humble warrior, correct? How many breaths? 5. After 5. And exhale, plank position, lower down. That is it. Inhale, cobra. Exhale, downward dog. Good. All right. So if you look at your page, your sequence and photos, you will see that the first 2 lines have now been covered. Okay? Choreographically speaking. And there's not alignment, not adjustments, just the choreography has been covered. All right, now we move into the 3rd line, which is the side plank sequence. The side plank sequence is instructed firstly to tell someone to come onto your hands and your knees. Okay? Yeah, directly from downward dog, come to your hands and your knees. That's the next transition. Exactly right. And you all see the side plank, you have the same pose twice, but in one case, my knee is on the ground, but in the other case, my both legs are straight. Okay? It's just because there's variations here and there are options, and I'm just showing you the options, but really we're only teaching this once. Okay? So, this is a very important time that I explain to you kind of how we teach. I just want everyone to be here, but I'm just trying to go as slow as I can. Notice that the knee is down on the first variation. See that? So what we're really saying is you come to your hands and knees, keep your right hand down, keep your right knee down, straighten your left leg over top, and straighten your left arm up. This is what we're going to teach. This is what you're going to demonstrate. This is what we want to see. Okay? Then we say, if it's easy for your neck, look up to your top hand. Now, then we would say, if it was a mixed group, if this pose is too easy and you have a lot of experience and you want to do a variation, you could extend both legs. See how that goes? Okay, and then that finishes, and then you keep the count. Okay. Now, so I want you to be very clear observing that what I'm doing is teaching the knee down first, as if this is the only thing I want to see. This is perfect. This is correct. And I'm demonstrating this. Okay? And then I'm saying, if it's too easy, well, then go ahead and do whatever else you want. You see? Now, what I'm not doing, or maybe you might notice the difference because that was one option, or I could say, okay, everybody, side plank, both legs straight, okay, stack your hips. If you can't do that, put your knee down. How do you feel? Like shit. Exactly. Yeah, like you're not good enough, or like it's too much, or like you're not doing it. And the type A personalities, they don't want to be the person who puts their knee down, and so then they're going to hurt themselves because they're unstable and they can't even breathe, but they think that's the correct pose. So you see, I do everything in reverse. The correct pose is the simplest, most intelligent version for everybody. And then we don't say it's more advanced. We don't say if you want to deepen your practice or any of these psychological triggers that make you think like you would be better if you did it or worse if you didn't. We simply say, if it's too easy, do something else. Because it's just not going to make you more advanced in yoga. It's just gymnastics. So if this is gymnastically easy for you, then gymnastically do it and have fun. Otherwise, this is the pose. You see how so that's always the case. When we get to the next sequence, it will be the same thing. Forearm down, other arm over there. If it's too easy for you, put your hand on the inside of your foot. Do you see the languaging? The if it's too easy languaging. Or if you have a lot of experience, if it's simple for you, if your body agrees with it. There's a lot of ways of saying this, but not by saying if you want to be more advanced, you know? Yeah, you know, if it's in your practice, you know, I like to say if it feels good for you, okay? Because I just think it's better. You know, if it's in your service, I like to say if it's in your interest, your best interest, as opposed to if it's in your practice, because it could be in your practice, but you're damaging yourself doing it because you don't know. So you know what I mean? So these are just very specific use of language is something that we want to be, I'm glad that you're noticing that. Okay, ready? Oh, question, yeah. Yeah.
Do you recommend it straight like this or kicked out a little?
They're really exactly the same. I generally do it like this. The thing that you need to notice is that this knee is really not in alignment with this hand. It's not. It's inside. This knee is not in alignment because otherwise you really can't balance. So that's just, it just stays wherever it is. I don't ever move this knee. It's here. And then I just keep it. It just happens to be slightly on the inner aspect. It's not actually aligned to this hand. Okay, but again, I'm not so aligning right now. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So does that make sense? The too easy language. Okay. So we did both sides. Right. So on the other left side, it's left hand down, left knee down, right leg straight, right arm up. Stack your hips and your shoulders. The first thing we say is if it's easy for your neck, look up to your top hand because not everyone has the neck isn't in good shape. And then we could say, and if the pose itself is too easy and you want to do variations, go ahead and do whatever you want, including the possibility of straightening both of your legs. Okay, and then that's a 5 breath count. When you're done with the 5 breaths, you come back to plank, you lower yourself down, and inhale cobra pose, and exhale downward dog. Okay, does that make sense? Side planks? Okay. Vashisthasana Sanskrit. All right, so now the next thing we're going to do is warrior 2. And this is a really important sequence, warrior 2 sequence. So we start by stepping your right foot between your hands and inhale into warrior 2. Now warrior 2 has 5 breaths. Arms out and hips to the side, windows now. Warrior 2 has 5 breaths. Now, although I'm not going to get into alignment, I will tell you never let your knee cross cave inwards. Always keep your knee pointing over your smallest toe. 5 breaths is warrior 2. All right. Now, after 5 breaths, it's exhale, forearm on your thigh, and the other arm diagonal over your ear. So this is the Parsvakonasana, pose 1, variation A. This is 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, inhale warrior 2. And exhale, return your forearm down and the other arm up straight. This is 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, inhale warrior 2 and exhale plank position lower down. I'll show you the variations in a minute. This is just the first way to do it. Inhale cobra. Exhale downward dog. Let's do that on the left side. Step your left foot forward. Inhale warrior 2. How many breaths? 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, exhale, forearm on your thigh, got it? Other arm over the ear. How many breaths? Good. Then inhale warrior 2 and exhale, forearm down and other arm up straight. And how many breaths? Good. And then inhale warrior 2 and exhale plank position lower down. Cobra and downward. Okay, so come to your knees just for a moment and look at your sequence there. The page there, standing sequence. Look at the warrior 2, which is in the dead middle of that page. Let me tell you that there's 2 different ways to teach this sequence. One is the way that we just did it, which is there's no variations. And every pose that we teach is the basic version and no variations. And that's exactly what you would teach to a group of beginners, you know, or you got a beginner student. You're not going to be teaching bird of paradise and all that stupidness to people that are just starting. Okay, so when they're just starting and they're new in their career, that was how it is done without talking about binding or this or options or that. No, 5 breaths, exhale. Now 5 breaths, inhale, exhale, 5 breaths in, and that's it. Okay, does that make sense? But there are, of course, mixed groups in the world, right? Now you're dealing with a public class and you got all these different people, and some people are beginners, but then you got the people that have been doing yoga for 15 years. And if they don't do bird of paradise, they're not going to be happy and they're not going to come back to your class again. You understand? You know how it is. You want to be satisfied. So you got the mixed group and you need to make everybody happy. So that if you want to make everybody happy, that's now we'll show you that way. Okay? Downward dog. Step your right foot between your hands. Inhale, warrior 2. For 5 breaths. So that doesn't change. 5 breaths. Now, of course, warrior 2, your feet are aligned and your hips are open to the side of the room. Your thighs are rotating externally. Your tailbone is scooping. All right. So now also doesn't change is exhale your forearm on your thigh and your other arm over your ear. So this is true for all of the classes, whatever you did. Everyone would do this. Take your legs wider apart. Except that now if it's a mixed group, you would say if it's too easy for you and you want to do a variation, put your right hand on the outside, afuera of the foot. The first variation is outside of the foot. Okay? Now, I'm not saying I like this idea, Selva, outside of the foot. Yes, yes, exactly. Variation 1 and the arm diagonal. Arm diagonal. Variation 1 is arm diagonal and hand diagonal. Nobody really looks like you should be doing this, but it's okay. Don't worry. We'll get to alignment on another day, very, very, very soon. Okay. Nonetheless, that was the option. Really, it would look like this, where you have that straight line, okay, between your hand and your back foot, not this. Okay, but it's okay because I haven't really coached alignment and it's only day 2 and I'm just having fun with you guys. All right, but you understand that. So that was, now, when you're done, inhale warrior 2. Now exhale your right forearm on your thigh, just like you did it, and the other arm up straight. It's the same teaching, but now you say, if it's too easy, no, this is the second variation. If it's too easy and you have no back pain, put your hand on the inside of your foot. This is the inside. Number 2 is the inside. Or if you want to bind the pose, bring your arm under your leg, grab your bottom wrist, or your top wrist with your bottom hand. Or if you want to do bird of paradise, walk forward. So all that has to happen really fast, as really fast variations. And then you say 3 breaths total. This is what I call controlled chaos. Everyone's doing something different. Okay, and then you say, okay, when you're done, inhale warrior 2. You see, well, when you're all done, inhale warrior 2 and exhale plank position. We're done. That's how you deal with the controlled chaos. Okay, make sense? Let's do the left side. Inhale cobra, exhale downward dog. Step your left foot forward and inhale warrior 2 for how many breaths? Correct. 5 breaths. You have a lot to talk about here in the script. The script is very clear about alignment and structure, and you'll learn it all. But after 5 breaths, then what? Exhale, forearm on your thigh, and the top arm does what? Diagonal. Diagonal is the word. Yes. Good. Now, if this pose were too easy for you, what's the option? On the outside of the foot to the floor. That's true. All right. Now, when you're done with 5 breaths, then what? Inhale, warrior 2. All right. And then exhale, where forearm returns down. And the other arm goes up straight now. And this is 5 breaths. Or what? If you have no back pain, you could put your hand on the inside of your foot. You could bind the pose or bird of paradise. You got to say it all really fast because you don't have time. You know what I'm saying? And then you say 5 breaths total. Okay. And you say about 3 more. Okay. When you're done with the 5 breaths, you say, okay, we will exit the way we entered. Inhale, warrior 2. Exhale, hands on the floor. Okay. So you see, those are totally different ways of teaching. One is a bit more challenging because you got all these variations to deal with in the controlled chaos. but you got to make everybody happy, and that's how it's done. Do you have any questions about this? Okay, so now please take literally 4 minutes or less and do Warrior 1 all the way to the end of Warrior 2 in self-practice and choreography. That means you're doing it alone and fast. Exactly what we just did, but by yourself now. You're going to do it now using the pictures. Inhale, Warrior 1. You're going to say, Warrior 1, 5 breaths. And you're going to say, exhale, Warrior 3, 5 breaths. Inhale, you're going to whisper to yourself. In self-practice, begin. Yes, from the top of the page. Reviewing Warrior 1 all the way into the end of Warrior 2. We just did it all. This is reinforcement. We start with the right foot first. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. You have a script if you need it. You have your photos. I just want you to reinforce this with your self-practice. Choreography, just choreography. Do it with fast. But if it is 5 breaths, you have to say it to yourself. Whisper that it's 5 breaths. Whisper what's an inhale, what's an exhale. Whisper everything that you know. Have any questions? Let me know. That's why I'm here. Really should not take more than 2 or 3 minutes. So if you do it really fast, you can do it more than once. Just gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll keep going. 1 or 2 times. If you're doing it quickly, you do it twice. Any questions about that so far? All right. Well, now we're going to move into teaching practice for the next 30 minutes. So I'm going to put it just to a different partner that you had yesterday, someone different. You're going to teach the opening sequence. Obviously, this is still reading. Okay, obviously. Opening sequence, sun salutation A once, sun salutation B once, and please then continue teaching Warrior 1 all the way to the end of Warrior 2. Basically everything that we've just done, but with a partner. Okay, understand? Okay, all right, so find someone new, spread out, teach the opening sequence one time, someone you didn't do. There's gonna be a group of 3 today. So the group of 3, I'll figure that out in a minute, okay? Because someone's not here. And then begin. Opening sequence once, Sun Citation A1, Citation B1s, and then teach Warrior 1 all the way to the end of Warrior 2 using your script. You must use your script. You cannot simply use the photos yet. Give yourself another day for that. Opening sequence first, not meditation, sequence. Yep. Question, yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna do the opening sequence once, and then you're gonna do 1 and 1
Okay.
instead of 4. You're only gonna do 1, and then you're gonna start at Warrior 1 and go all the way to the end of Warrior 2. Okay? It's not so 5 res. It's relative choreography. It's not so fast. It's not so slow. It's just practice. Okay? All right, girls, you have 2 students, so come and sit here. You're a group of 3, so I'm gonna rotate you a little bit quicker. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
The back bed to like the center.
Not really.
Fit in spot.
Yeah, but it's not like catastrophic. Yeah, if you did it. I mean, I generally, let me see. If I'm in downward dog. No, I don't move the leg. Yeah. Yeah. Very flexible, so you're gonna watch the over flexibility and keep stable. Okay, it's good. Mhm.
Venture in and it will come up to more than bend your knees in now we're gonna do one more. Okay, you can go down, starting from the top. Sorry. Inhale, back to warrior. Exhale, inhale, lift your heart. Now we're gonna step your left exhale. Take your right Inhale up to warrior. Exhale to your right forearm. Exhale, bring your right forearm to your thigh. Inhale, absolutely. Exhale, down. Inhale, Very good. Wow. Great. That was a good acceleration. Yeah. You know, it's funny, because if you stay lower all the way down to the ground, yeah. Well, I'm not used to doing that. I'm just used to like, oh, the opposite, so you don't go to the ground. And so big, I forbid, you touch the, that's interesting. That's so very, we almost, like, I don't know, science, I'm use mine, and actually notes, and then how you. Yeah.
Inhale, warrior one, right? Demonstrate. Face her like a mirror, like a mirror, like the mirror. Como espejo. Face her and then be like the mirror. She's gonna go that way, yeah, so she can follow you. Okay, you have to use your script. Listen, listen, you have to use your script. Well, then you have to use her script. If you're not, how are you teaching without the script? You do the whole thing without, you cannot teach without the script yet. Because that's the only way to know what to say for the first couple days. Yeah. No, that's not gonna be, and that's why you're so slow too, because sorry, I didn't notice it. I thought It looked okay, but for some reason, didn't see it. Do it again. We have 5 more minutes, so do it una vez más. Si no has terminado, or si has terminado una vez más. 5 minutos más, siga. Just keep going. You have 5 more minutes. Sorry. It's my Spanish. No, like, I don't understand a word he's saying. Sorry. Yeah, I have to explain that. Because you're not gonna finish standing on the last sun citation, you're gonna stay in downward dog. And that's the transition. Yeah. I will explain that. Okay, so what exactly are you guys doing? You should definitely staple this once you understand the right order so that it can never go out of order or number the pages. Okay,
I don't want to mess anything up.
I know.
it's fine.
Hold on, hold on.
It's just this. Yeah, you need to staple it. Yeah. It looks like this. This is perfect. Are you on sun citation B right now? We're gonna be changing gears in a minute. So just do something. Maybe some sun citation B. Okay? Yeah, and when you're done, just close it like that.
I have to do this one. This one. Which one is this one?
You all had to do all of it. Okay, you had to do opening sequence.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Two more minutes. All right, let's do forearm stand. Forearm stand. Take off your watch. All right, when you're done. Well, take your time, but when you're really done, boat pose, forearm stand, handstand. If you want to use the wall, it's okay, and I will help you. Okay, boat pose, forearm stand, handstand, and push-ups, and crow. All the hard poses for now. Okay, 2 or 3 minutes. Look at me. Mira me. Yeah. No, in the pose. Before you jump, you have to mira me. Look at me. Yeah. Go ahead again. Good. Mira me. I'm over here. Yeah, that's right. Now, jump. That's it. Good. So I'll be here the whole time. I'm here. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Down. Relax. Shake it out. Low pose. Ready? Yes, definitely. They all count. Look at me. Look up. Yes, good. One leg up. Good. Good. Breathe. That's good. I like that. Everything looks good. I'm always here. so you'll never fall, because I'm here with you. Keep breathing, have fun. Have fun breathing. Yes, you can do it. You're strong enough. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. One leg down. Yes. Take off your watch. You don't need help, do you? I mean, if what I saw on your Instagram is correct, you are acrobatic and you can do all this stuff in your sleep, right? Okay, so you don't need help. Yeah, I mean, like, I was like that. This is to be pretty easy for you. Just be careful, and if you have any questions, let me know. Okay, ready? Yeah. You mean you're a regular person? Okay, but hold on, but don't cross your thumbs. Good. Okay, go ahead. Oh, but watch your bracelet. You can't have anything. Doesn't come off. Fascinating. All right, let's see. See what happens. Elbows, palms together, head off the ground, palms together. Okay, look at me, look up. Good. One leg up, one leg up. Good. Other leg up. Good. Breathe. Good. Breathe. 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 One leg down. Good. That's normal.
Am I looking down?
Up. You're looking up towards me. Mhm.
Make sure you-
If you want to call it that. You are definitely looking up. Elbows closer. That's fine. Yes, you are looking up. One leg up. Other leg up. Good. Breathe. I'll be here with you. Just having fun and breathing. Oh, it's already fun. Aren't you having fun? Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Strong, strong breathing. One leg down. Good. Relax. Structural limitations.
Oh, because
Shoulder structure. It's not your elbows. It's your shoulders.
I always thought it was my elbows. They don't.
Well, it's what it is it's the same unique body structure that has your elbows like that also has your shoulders like that, but it's the shoulders that are the real issue.
So that makes
Yeah, it does. Go ahead. Good. Perfect. Uncross your thumbs. Your thumbs. Uncross your thumbs. Come down. Good. Oh, that's fine. That's correct. Look up towards me. Keep your and now jump one leg. Good. Perfect. Breathe. So I'm here no matter what you think. So you'll never fall. Just have fun. I'm here with you. Breathing while you're there. Keep breathing. I'm here. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Keep your shoulders there. Keep breathing. One leg down. Well, you didn't come here to stay afraid. Well, that's yeah, but understand this, that no matter what, I'm always holding you. Right? Like literally, I can literally lift you off the ground. I can literally lift you off the ground. Yeah, well, I figured you're here for a reason, right? Okay, keep your head off the ground. Good. Remember, I'm gonna be carrying you the whole time. One leg up. Other leg up. That's it. Breathe. Breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. Just breathe. You see how easy it is? You come down whenever you want. You're a free woman. It's great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you did it. Yeah. But it's not easy for you either. Same for her. The same thing that makes downward dog hard, it makes this hard too. So these things are not easy, but you can do it. Yeah. Yeah, just forward. No fear. Uncross your thumbs. Uncross your thumbs. Uncross your thumbs. There. Yes. Okay. One leg. One leg up. Other leg up. Good. Feet together. Breathe. 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 Oh my gosh. Breathe. Legs together. Together. Breathe. 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 One leg down. Go ahead. Good. Good. I'm here. Yo estoy contigo. Breathe. I'm here with you. Keep breathing. I'm here with you. Keep breathing. Keep yourself breathing. 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 So hold on. If you're gonna play around with this stuff, be very intelligent. Do not have pieces of paper in front of you. And only because you are able to fall without breaking anything. And as long as that's the case, then have fun, but not falling on a piece of paper. Okay, ready? Moon cycle, forearm stand. We did it. You sure you're content? You don't want to do it again? Okay. Yes, you can go to the wall. This is the wall to use here, girls. No, it's not. It's, yeah, no. Wait, well, hold on before you start. A couple things. One, palms together. Two, elbows closer together. Three, yes. Now you're gonna look up. Yes. Then you can take one leg up and I'll be there for you. Yeah, good. That's fine. Good. So I'm here with you the whole time. You'll never fall. You just get used to the experience. Keep breathing. I'm always here with you. But I want you to come down and I want you to uncross your thumbs. Just your thumbs.
That's what I heard you say.
Yeah, I know it's natural. But hold on, because we want to get this pinky in. And then your thumb is not crossed. That's you right there. Now elbows a little closer to start with, head away up the ground. Yes, that's it. Good. Now I'm here the whole time. You'll never fall. I'm with you. Just keep having fun. You don't need me, but I'm here. You don't need me, but I am here. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Push into your fists hard. And then respond. Yes. Respond with your core. Push into your fists. Good. Relax. Do not put your head on the floor. Only forearm stand. Your head, no touch the floor. Then it's okay. Just like what we're doing. Yeah, that's what I don't want. Because that's, yeah, it's sometimes okay and sometimes it's not. More, all right, elbows closer. Okay, listen, ladies. Nobody helps each other. You deal with yourself, and I'm watching you. You cannot help someone else if you don't know how to do it yourself. Isn't that true? Generally speaking, I would say first learn it and then teach it. Okay? I know. Yeah, I know, it's fun. Go ahead, keep going. Okay, but remember, you're getting to lace your fingers like that. And I don't want you to do this with the wall yet.
But I just
You did it.
see
Okay, well then you can do it, but you have to get your arms understood.
Okay.
So it's not that, it's that.
Okay. And
Okay, and that, and that, and then now you can go. Get nice and tight to the wall, right about there, elbows closer. Okay. Then you can jump, elbows, that's it, that's the idea, elbows closer. Hold on. Do not cross your thumbs. Elbows closer, closer, closer. Okay, now jump. That's it. That's enough for now. Okay, good. Okay, uncross your thumbs, look to your wall, and then you're ready to go. All right, that's it. That's perfect. That's great. That's exactly it. Look to the wall, Mira, look to the wall in the pose. All right, that's good. Done. Come back to your mat. We are going to close. Hi, sorry, I almost knocked you over there. Lie on your back and do reverse pigeon. Now, if you want help with something individually, you want to do forearm stand again, or something where you want me to help you, we have these last few minutes for that. Otherwise, this is reverse pigeon with your foot radically flexed. Let's go a little bit further, a little bit more. Here, there. All right, radically flexed is your foot, the one that is nearest to your face. Breathe into the sensations that you're creating in the zone of your gluteal. So flexed is going to be that. Always keep that. That's going to protect the knee. Flexed is this. Completely flexed. Get it here, right? That's fine. Other side. You want to feel it in the gluteal, not in the knee. Keep the foot flexed. Relax your jaw. Breathe into the sensations you're creating. You don't have to judge them or call them good or bad. They are simply what they are. You can keep breathing. I like to interlace on top of the knee. Yeah. Okay, now you can do any 3 back bends of your choice. If you want to do 3 bridges or the cobra or the camel or the wheel, please begin your first one. Come up for 5. Any back bends, beginning with bridge as your first option, but anything goes. If you want me to assist you in selecting the back bend, let me know. Please do 3 of them for 5 breaths each. Keep your tailbone tucking between your legs so you're not compressing your lower back. Hi. Do you wander around lost for a while?
Oh, I walked over there and then I
Cool.
made it intelligence.
Good. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, just finishing. So if you feel another set of hands on you or another voice, Nicola has arrived. She is a good friend and is working with me, and so she'll be here sometimes to assist. Last back bend. Then when you're done, you're going to start the shoulder stand. Hey, I recorded everything. Yeah. Where? Who's speaking? I can't hear you. Someone in the back there? Yeah. Gotcha. Tell me. Come down first. Okay. What are your thoughts? Okay. Shoulder stand. Remember, ladies, do not turn your head. Shoulder stand. Remember, do not turn your head. And then if you want to do the pose, go ahead. What do you say? If you can straighten your legs or not? Well, let's see. Go ahead. I mean, you have a pretty good back bend. I don't see any reason that you want to try to only focus on straightening your legs. I would just focus on straightening your legs without moving them.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? And keep scooping your tailbone between your legs and keep expanding open. See that idea?
Oh,
Feel that
Yes.
from here? Yes. Good. All right, so we're in this shoulder stand thing for about 20 more breaths. Those that are doing it are doing it. And those that are not are not. Whatever you choose is fine. If you have any questions, let me know. Do not turn your head, please. Hands to your lower back. Yeah. 15. Nice, slow. These are long and deep breaths. Eyes are still looking towards your toes. Everyone looks good. 10 more breaths. Now, the last breaths, those that want to do some variation, for example, but not limited to plow pose, then do that for the last 5 breaths. You get interlace your fingers behind you. Don't turn your head, come out, and you're not warmed up. So you can do downward dog. Yeah, and just warm up for like 5 seconds. Yeah, yeah, of course. All right, so when you're done, lie on your back. And get ready for the last pose. That's nice, that's fine. And then if you do that, straighten your arms. Flex your feet. All right, when you're done, lie on your back, fish pose. You lie on your back, you push your elbows down, you lift your heart up, you slide your head back. So the idea is that your head is going to always be on the floor. I got you. Your head is on the floor always. There's an extreme opening in the throat, of the skin of your throat, and then, of course, the organs underneath that. You okay? Well, do the pose first. That's not it anyway. So head back. Yes, that's the pose. Way back. All the way back. All the way. Even much more. There. That's the pose. Yeah, so you're gonna feel your throat open. All right, when you're done, lie on your back. Not yet. Stay in downward dog and stay in the opening sequence. Practice just the opening sequence for the next while they're resting, because I don't want you to, you just got here. Yes. When you're done, lie on your back and relax, Shavasana. That's really okay. All right, so Shavasana will be about 5 or 8 minutes. It's not going to be an hour. We will do a long Shavasana one day, but it will not be today. In the meantime, cover your eyes. If you have anything extra, enjoy these 5 to 7 minutes that you do have. So you can simply begin with a long, slow inhale through your nose. And then a much longer, slower exhale out of your mouth. So it is a long and a slow inhale that is through your nose, indeed. It just happens to be a longer and slower exhale that is out of your mouth. Release the tongue off the roof of your mouth. Feel this sensation that is called surrender. Called surrender, and it feels good. called surrender. And it is, in fact, a great victory. Release the tongue off the roof of your mouth. Attention to your third eye. Now you can rest. Like a magnet, your body getting heavier and heavier. Like the muscles are melting off the bone. The bones sinking through the skin. Down into the earth, down to the earth. Release the tongue off the roof of your mouth. This will disengage your thinking mind mid-sentence so you can feel. Freedom. Feel you're recharging. Electromagnetically recharging. Chronically recharging. You recharge by the stillness of your eyes. So release the tongue off the roof of your mouth. Attention to your third eye, which is on the inside wall of your forehead, between your eyebrows. It's called surrender, when you let go of whatever you're holding. Or we could say, whatever's holding you. Whatever's holding you back, you can let it go with the exhale. So inhale through your nose and exhale. You let go and you create space. Let go of what was not in your service. You create space for that which is in your best interest. That space will be filled. Release the tongue off the roof of your mouth. Tension third eye like magnet. Feel the recharge. Stillness of your eyes. The heaviness of your body. So heavy, so asleep is your body. And the brain waves. Take a long inhale through your nose. Longest exhale out of your mouth. Shavasana, your 3 more minutes of stillness. Complete recharge. Deep relaxation begins now. Shavasana. Final time, inhale through your nose. Exhale out of your mouth. Last 2 minutes. How still can your eyes be? Begin to breathe a little deeper. Turn to your bodies by wiggling your toes, your fingers. Stretch your arms over your head. Hug your knees into your chest. Let's come into a sitting position of your choice with your eyes closed. You have something to sit on top of, bolster your block, use it if you wish, so that your spine is vertical and your hips are below or above your knees. Release the tongue off the roof of your mouth and feel a hint of a smile upon your lips, and relax the muscles between your eyebrows. No more attention to your breath. And no more sound to your breath. The breath has become imperceptible. Because now all of your attention being directed to the stillness of your physical body, which includes your eyes. The more awareness you bring to the stillness of your physical body, the more still it becomes, like a rock. Within the stillness, you can feel a sense of peace. From within the stillness, you can feel a sense of well-being. From within the stillness, you can feel that you are complete, nothing is lacking, and that nothing external to you can deliver that which you already are.
Identifying now with the aspect within you that is not subject to birth or death, that aspect within you that not only will never die, but that was never born. Identify with that, you are that. Identify with the aspect within you that is not subject to time or space, omnipresent, pure consciousness. Identify with that, you are that. Identify with the aspect within you that is simply not subject to change. Purusha Brahman, Shiva, that which is unchanging in you, eternally at rest. Identify with that. Pure consciousness, you are that. Tattvamasi, you are that. Divine, eternal. Mysterious. You are that. Feel it? Samadhi. Please repeat the suggestions that I say out loud to yourself. Repeat them powerfully. Whatever I say out loud, repeat it to yourself. Each day I get stronger. Each day my body gets stronger. Each day I get healthier. Each day my body gets healthier. I'm free of disease. My body is free of disease. I am not my body. I am eternal. I am pure consciousness. I'm loving awareness. I am infinite being. I am more powerful than any challenge. I am full of energy and invincible determination. Feel it. Bring your hands to your heart. Reconnect with your intention and reconnect with your gratitude and feel them intensely and the relationship between how the more deep is your gratitude, the higher may grow your intention. We'll close with the Gayatri mantra. Please simply repeat after me as we invite light to enter our minds. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Bhargo Bhargo Devasya Dimahi Devasya Dimahi Diyo Yona Diyo Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Bhargo Bhar Devasya Dimahi Devasya Dimahi Diyo Yona Diyo Prachodayat. We'll do it once together. If you don't know it perfectly, just whisper along with us. If you know it already, join us. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Together. Om. Namaste. Great. How's everybody? Feel good? Panda's doing great. Don't wake her up yet. It's okay. Yeah, she'll wake up when she's ready. All right, great. So, and I love it when people fall asleep in Shavasana. I feel like mission accomplished. Okay, it's like the best thing in the world is sleeping in Shavasana, and so it's just the best thing in the world. All right, we've got 20 minutes. Okay, I'll call you when to come back, but now's your break. 20 minutes. Okay, take advantage. See you in 20.
Well, these people seem like, yeah, that's like, but, and your daughter's like, my daughter, yeah, even though your eyes are. But then, she was okay, then I. I will. I think of one. I.
Maybe when I design here, let me show you a picture of me.
When I was, oh, it's, and then I.
Yeah, she's like, now you'll start, my other daughter's gonna start working there now on the weekend.
But how old she?
She's 15 about to be 16. I know, and I have a 7-year-old.
I remember.
That's me at 18. I know it's wrong. I have red nails too. I born here, 75.
Yeah, you're not one in the hand. Yeah. Oh my God, so much like.
Like she would always hear like, oh, you're wrong. And then I love it. I have to chubby, you know, like awkward, and they all collagen, like glowing, like, yeah. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's even the funny bodies.
The book is similar, but because now, you know, she's a dancer, she's basically like working out. I'm a little bit similar now because my body and my lifestyle is different, but at that age, I was still. Yeah, now Zazie will be there. She'll be there this weekend. Zazie will start. Yeah, because she's not around. And now she will. I don't want her there at night. She's a little more to the church. Eloise is from the church. She's all away, like in a small child.
This is the question. Yes, it was the kids I think that named her.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was all the kids were all playing, and she would be there with all the adults.
Yeah.
My sister, you know, it's bittersweet. She leaves Sunday, and then I'm gonna.
Yeah, she's going to.
She is. She'll stay in a hotel for her first 5 days. Her apartment. Order stuff like that now.
So by the time you actually went on.
Yeah, I'm not too, like, I'm ready for her to go and experience the world. I mean, sure, the good part, both good and bad, is that she's going with her boyfriend, so they're gonna leave together, they're both going to separate colleges. So that actually, even though I'm not a huge fan of her living with her boyfriend at 18, what do you know? I mean, I don't know what they're doing. We've been talking about it. I made sure to be careful. I took care of that.
Yeah.
I think what are you gonna do?
You know, I avoid my college.
Yeah.
And I actually, I didn't like this.
Yeah.
But, you know, it actually helped me study more. I was running around.
Right, we're not around.
Doing that freshman development. I don't know, like,
They've been together now for a year already, so really, their senior year, we put in party, you know, staying at my house all the time, they smoke a little pot, but yeah, my friends here, in Jack in the States, there was some argument, missing something about what, being having my head, yeah, my hair held back at a party, being date raped now. No.
Maybe the 7.
Hey, I went to college in 79.
Really?
My,
Not for me.
oh. When were you born?
Visually.
When were you born?
We were there before you.
49.
This year.
You
were in this. Okay, what a great time to do your yoga teacher training. Great time in the life.
Yeah.
Turned out to be a really good group. Right, your flow has changed over the years.
How's that?
Yeah. You didn't have some of this back in my which I would expect. Who wouldn't think it would be exactly the same?
No, it's not. It's surprisingly part of the statement.
It's pretty similar. It's funny, I recognize it, like Sylvina still to this day teaches. She teaches it verbatim to this day. So when I see it, I'm like, Fred. Fred.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I hadn't seen her in a while, but she's a teacher next year. And then she got, I think that was COVID and stuff, teaching all together, but she's dubbing and she's teaching. So
Oh,
they
good.
figure it out.
Very sure.
Yeah, she's amazing.
I love it.
Yeah,
The best art. Oh,
yeah, beautiful place. Yeah. Oh shit, no, let's do it right now. No, I got home late,
That's cool.
big day, telling my son that,
Oh, this was the day?
yeah, yesterday was,
Yesterday.
yeah. It was okay, though. We've been separated already for almost 2 years, living separate. So that's what he said. I was like, well, how do you feel? He's like, well,
What's the difference?
yeah, that's kind of how he felt. And this is what I was hoping,
Right.
was that it's just already been. And we don't fight. He even said that to me last night. He's like, well, you guys never fight. What, you just don't love that anymore? Love changes, it shifts. I still love him. It's just a different kind of love. And he's like, all right, can I have a cookie? I'm like, sure, have a cookie.
Yeah, I was at Park.
No, I was like, and I'm also happy to have that time separated for so long. It's almost like I felt like I was these last 6 months in his life. He still had the thoughts, or I thought he had the thoughts that we were together. Slowly, everything is, all the way here. Yeah.
What is your?
Yeah, so by the time all that's done.
Yeah, you have the. Yeah, definitely spell it right.
You did?
No, I'm saying, use your glasses.
I'm gonna copy and paste you.
Yeah.
Food.
You want a muffin? Vegan muffin?
Oh, I don't wanna take it.
No, I'm done.
Not-
I'm ready.
But if you're
Sure.
starving in bed, you wanna be working. But there's a banana also.
Nah, I have some nuts in my car, a muffin and some nuts, will carry you. I don't know why,
We got the artillery out. All right, let's get into a circle. So no more mats. Clean up your mats, roll up your mats. Just sitting. Okay, so yeah, roll up mats and get out your chairs, things, and then get into a pretty much a circle around me. Okay. All right, so an actual circle. Please, let's clean up all these mats. If it's not yours, just roll it up anyway. For the kind of more of a circular circle. Yeah, so people starting here would be nice and close and ending here would be even nicer. Yes. This is a circle or mostly circle. No, there should have been 15, I think. We have 12. All right. All right, good. So I like what we're doing here. Nice circular shape. Good. Getting back here on time. Okay. So as much as we have to do today, and as much as I want to keep pushing forward in every way, I cannot do that without doing our introductions and learning about you guys. And I'll tell you my 7-minute story of my little bio, and we can all learn a bit about each other, make sure we know each other's names again, and take it from there. and then I'll begin plowing ahead with the content for today, okay? But I can't let too many more days go by without doing the circle of introduction, so let's get it done now, all right? So I want to hear a brief version of your story, okay? Anything that you would like to tell us that you feel is relevant to your story. The more that also connects to yoga is also good with me, okay? So I know like you're a bit of background with yoga as well. But just, simple, start with your name and we'll take it from there. And then I'm gonna go last, because then my story will be a little bit longer than yours, right? All right. So you're busy. Okay, Nicole, start. Yes. Huh.
Pretty much do it every day now. As I do this studio for like the last 2 years and a half. And I had 3 different careers, but the last one is called Officer. I certified plant-based chef. I
Oh.
taught raw vegan.
Oh, oh, cool.
And so that's pretty much
Good.
still.
So hopefully we can arrange some simple or some kind of a workshop with you maybe as a teacher. Because I teach about the theory, but I don't teach the practical part. Carry on. So that's great.
That's raw cuisine and history of my specialty, but really I did all of them.
Mm.
And
Great. I will be expecting something delicious every single day. And there's no more excuse. Excellent. Oh, good. Oh, cool.
and
No, she at the studio. Oh, she had a juice bar. Yeah. Yeah, Nicholas is called Nobi. Yeah, on 67th in the ocean. I'm teaching there Saturday. This Saturday, I'll be there at 9:30. Okay, so you guys can maybe come. Be nice. All right, excellent. Thank you. What else? Mm-hmm.
I,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
that's grown his 34.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah, yeah. Good. All right. Super. Thanks, Nicole.
Bunch of other countries across the world. Last year. I've never been to Miami before. I want to see someone who's
Wow.
I didn't know it was here. I thought, okay, I'll go to Miami. And I actually left Miami this summer, back to Portugal right now. But then when I saw that this training was happening, it just felt like I had to be here. So I'm back in house training. So I'm technically back now. I used to be a runner and a biker, so I had like a lot of injuries, imbalance, that's why a couple of years ago when I feel like I'm up to this challenge, my body is trying to get back to me. I can have so many better connection with my body. And that's it.
Thanks, Sister. Name again for everybody. Okay.
I used to run a long time ago. Discovered yoga 2 years old. I love yoga so much that I need to learn every day. I don't want to be rude to myself, but I need to learn how to that I love it. And I'm happy to be here. I'm just very happy.
Great, thanks, Selva.
I look out at the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm married, my wife, we in my beach parks and recs, so we kind of are with people. What's your name? Dana. Lloyd Casanova. I'm not even sitting.
Sit here.
Was the corporate retail or because I was 19 in medical school. My job was dissolved in 2021. I worked a lot of people makeup at the time in retail. I worked for them for like 20 years. Yeah, my job in university and I was in care hosted, I think all over the US and the gas industry, every single continent on the planet and above in the space. So I finally was able to pick up roots and the culture here is amazing. I love it. It's more international. And I was a dancer for a while too. So when I lost my job, actually I lost it because I found something else. I had something that I want to do, I was like a very good package. And when I was the happiest, I was teaching. That's perfect for a but I also dance. So teaching and movement, helping people feel better, which is calling to me ever since I was a teenager. So when this all happened, I started to study a little bit more. I actually moved to know about 5 years ago regularly. When I met
Great, perfect. Thanks. Yes, yeah.
last year. And I started yoga in 2020 with the and because I was, we all were in house. So I started yoga with a friend and introduced me with other people in vivo work. Then last year I did another piece of training, but when we ended that piece of training, I lost my teacher by then, and I felt like overwhelmed with yoga after that. I tried to keep following the path of yoga, but I was like depressed and like when I was doing the yoga teacher training, I was so excited and I wanted to tell people around. I wanted to do everything, but after that I couldn't. So I tried to keep moving on, but I couldn't. And then I tried for teacher yoga, but it was it wasn't vinyasa, it was a florio, it was ashtanga, and I felt like that wasn't my place, so I left it. And then I already met Fred and the last year he was teacher in yoga, and then he posted this yoga teacher training, and I feel like my whole life has to do this because I was like So. That's it.
And your teacher? Your teacher was, you said you lost your teacher? Is Luana. I understand. Got it. Great. Well, yeah, this was a very next. Ok, entonces tú tienes que enviarme mensaje para que te pueda enviar los materiales en español. ¿Ya tienes en español todo? Ok, avísame si hay algo que no tienes. Good. Ah. All right, next. Thanks, Lina. Carolina. Perfect. Great.
Found yoga 2 years ago, and I did my first teacher training last year, 2 years ago. And since that, I found in love with practice. I wasn't looking, I wasn't trying to be a teacher. I was just finding some healing throughout the movement, and well, I found love yoga. I quit my job, and I started creating retreats with other yoga teachers in Colombia, and yeah.
Super. Thanks, Camila. Wow.
At the same time, so I basically did nothing for 2 years, but everything and course and getting back into it. But I found it in my life before.
Wow, cool. Yeah, I'm sure. It's great. Yeah. Right. Well. Oh, man.
Find out like what you later.
That's great. Great. Thanks, Kristen.
I started practicing when I was 3, did that in college, and then after college, didn't want to stop. process, and so I started performing, and, I've been doing that for a month, regular office, mostly carefully. And then in the pandemic, when I stopped, doing everything, and then didn't know what to do, and just learn how to, ended up working, I moved here to do and work as a senior coach for something, and, the top, the mobility and that, and then the teacher came back, and I ended up doing this, so back in the ship, for like 2 years, and then now really want to move to my, yeah, wrong, so yeah, yeah, I was hearing that when I did that last year.
Excellent, super.
So my name is Amanda, but my girlfriend and I know Fred called me Amanda. I grew up in Alabama, moved to Florida for law school, got married, I'm 7-year-old girl. I swing a little bit of popular in 1972 and then I'm on the suicide 5 years ago. When I lost her, I started experiencing a lot of that different pain, which led to MRIs and weird herniations I never knew I had. So that kind of started this path. You know, a little bit of some of the law, but I don't know where I'm going. I'm still
Perfect.
but I'm not.
Great. Thanks.
Amanda brought me here. My name is Sadie. And honestly, guys, I just consider you all as like my sisters in this room now. And so I really just want to share some deep things with you, just because I've never spoken these words out loud, and I feel like there's a level of shame around them. And so I'm going to speak them because they don't hold power over me anymore. December 18th, 2022, I nearly took my life. I have a lot of family history on both sides of mental illnesses, suicide. I lost my grandmother, my mother's mom, at 58 to suicide, and that broke her. And so she would take that out on me. I feel like my whole life I've been a vessel of just wrath for the world, for my parents. My dad would just be doing our company school and just like throw me against the wall. I remember one night I was just sleeping and my mom had got me out of bed and like straddled me and just started punching me in the face. And I started bleeding and I couldn't even scream in between the blows. And she got up and she went and got a warm washcloth and she put it on my face and I felt so loved. And I thought, oh, she cares. She's wiping the blood off me, it's done. And she got back on me and she just kept hitting me. And it was just never ending. And it got to the point where you don't want to live anymore. So since 16 years old and I'm 26 today, suicide ideation has been growing in my mind like a coyote. And every time I would entertain the idea, he was fed and he got stronger. Until December 18th, I accepted the fact that I didn't want to live on this earth anymore. I wanted to remove myself. I was okay without my existence here anymore. I was so at peace with that. And it's such a selfish thing, I know. But in your mind, it's not. I'm doing everybody a favor. Finally, everybody else can be great. But when I accepted that I didn't want to be here anymore, something else happened. And it's a hard thing for me to still explain, and this is why I encourage you, ladies, to journal, because I go back and I visit that girl 3 years ago who was just broken and tears and wine all throughout my journal, and I just love her so much. To just track and know that it's all worth it, and our wings are available. We just have to lift our eyes and take them.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, Nicola.
First, thank you. What was your name?
Sadie.
Sadie. Sharon. Sadie.
cannot share all of that with us. Thank you. So my name is Nicola. I have a studio on Miami Beach, as Fred mentioned, an organic cafe studio, and we have theater arts also. It's kind of always my dream to bring in. Fred will be teaching there Saturday, so if you guys try. The class is going to fill up. It's already getting there now. It's a small studio space. My journey began, I guess, I've been practicing yoga probably about 30 years. And I met Fred randomly one day, and he looked me deep in the eyes, and I was going through a really tough time in my life. A little bit of a mess, so I was telling myself, Fred just looked me deep in the eyes and told me, you must take my teacher training, and I did. I followed his direction. So it's been like 18 years ago I did my teacher training, and never had the intention to teach yoga. I did it, from the beginning of my practice. By the way, I was also a school teacher, so I taught school full time and a little bit of yoga on the side, and then gave birth to 2 children. And when I had that third child, I decided to switch to just do yoga full time. So I'm on a permanent Chinese leave. That's where I was born. I guess that's what it is. Funny enough, I don't teach in my own studio too much. I started in the hot power yoga realm, and over the years, my body spoke to me a lot. So I started doing a lot more research and work on restorative and healing the body, like that. So that's kind of more where I'm at. I do teach in my studio a couple of times a week. I teach mostly corporate wellness, and a lot of, I call myself a yoga therapist, so I work a lot on it. I enjoy a lot. Some people love to teach to a huge full room, and I honor that. That's not really good for me. I like the one-on-one or the one-on-two, it's usually a really long-term relationship that you have with somebody, and I enjoy that. I just love feeling a lot of, you become literally the therapist, therapist. Coming from my own childhood of trauma, brokenness, alongside of Fred again, many, many years. That's gonna be my story in 18 years. Yay.
Thank you, everybody. All right, my story. Born here, Miami boy, Kendall, Killian High School. I grew up very in kind of 2 different ways. In one way, is very conventional, suburban, Jewish upbringing, a lot of just video games and pizza and, like not much else, basically. Hamburgers, a lot of McDonald's. I grew up with cases of Coca-Cola in my refrigerator, the whole deal. So in one way, very conventional, very just normal and, suburban American kind of kid. But I always was different. I always had a very strong inclination towards nature and a strong inclination towards spirituality, both. When I was in 14, I think, or 13 or 14, I read my first book on enlightenment and spirituality. And then during high school, I mostly was only interested in like Zen Buddhism and Taoism and Lao Tzu. And so I was already exposed to these, deeper philosophical teachings really early. And I also had a really, like I said, interest in nature. I would, just like everybody else, would always watch National Geographic and the whole thing. But for me, it was even more intense. And when I was 16, a baby bird fell out of the tree, and we didn't know where to bring it. So we brought it to the Old Cutler Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, which doesn't exist anymore after Hurricane Andrew, but it did exist. And it was a very humble center for wildlife rehabilitation. I brought the bird there, and there was really very few people working there and a lot of animals, and it was just very crazy. And I went in there, I said, hey, can I work here? Can I volunteer? They're like, yeah, I was 16. Like, yeah, we need help. I'm like, I'm coming every day, you know? So every day after school, I would go and feed squirrels and feed baby animals and all kinds of things. And then I went to the University of Michigan to study that, wildlife conservation, environmental policy, and that whole realm of how to save the earth. You know, I remember in 1992, I took a class at University of Michigan my freshman year called Global Change. Yeah, and they were just talking about every single thing that is happening right now. We knew it then. It was so obvious where we were, what was happening, you know, in the 90s. And we were hoping Al Gore was going to win, you know, like that was when we thought Al Gore was going to win, you know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, but the bottom line is that I did go to University of Michigan to study that. And then I went to Africa. I had, you know, an upper middle class background. So my parents said, you want to go and study a different place for a semester, go ahead. So I looked through the catalog and then I saw Kenya, you know, in the catalog. I'm like, Kenya, that's where I want to go. So I went there for the semester and I fell in love with Africa. You know, I don't know if anyone's ever been there, but it's got a very special energy. It's very, very powerful place. So I fell in love with it. I thought I was going for the wildlife, but I ended up falling in love with the people and the language. I started learning Swahili and I just loved it. And so when I had to go back to finish college, I was really sad, actually. I was like, oh, man, I have to leave. Everyone else had their backpacks and they were going to keep traveling for the summer. And I'm an idiot. And I got my flight home the next day, you know. So I had really feeling empty. So I went back and finished university. And then I started working to save money to go and travel. So I, you know, did that. I saved my $5,000 and went to Africa and traveled for 6 months with a backpack by myself. Ran out of money and did the whole thing again. Back to Miami, got more money, got the backpack back on, and this was in 1998. And then I was traveling through Southern Africa, and then I got where the story goes, which is I was swimming in a lake where they tell you not to swim in. This is in November, around October 1998. They call it Lake Malawi. They say don't swim in it. I swam in the lake, and I got the bilharzia. And bilharzia is a nasty parasite that is a killer. And they had just come up with the pill to solve it a few years before that. Before that, you were just dead if you got this thing. Yeah, it was not a good thing. But so I got it, and I was really sick, really suffering. I was in Tanzania. I was in like third world hospitals. Nobody knew what I had. They were giving me antibiotics for something, and I was just dying. Literally, I didn't. This is what I was telling you when I was 24, and I really started to, you know, pray basically to God, say, good God, you know, if you want to give me back my life again, I'm not going to take it for granted again. You know, I'm not going to, because I was smoking cigarettes and doing all that stuff that really, well, I wasn't that smart. And I was very clear. And I was dreaming about sweating, you know, like I was in bed, I couldn't even move my head. If I moved my head to the side, I felt like my whole head was going to explode. Like I just didn't know what was going on. All I knew was I was dying, you know? So I pray, I was visualizing being a cheetah. That's like my spirit animal, you know, because I'm skinny. You know, the cheetah, right? Yeah, so I always wanted to be a cheetah. So I was visualizing like running through Africa, like in the plains, like running as fast. Like I was like, what a dream it would be to run again, you know, and to be physical again, you know, because I didn't know if I was going to make it. So I found a Western doctor eventually who gave me these 2 toxic pills, and it killed everything in my body except for me. And I survived, and the parasites died, and I went back to Miami, and I was like very, even think I'm thin now, I was really thin, you know, and really like sick, you know, and now I needed to recover. And that's when I found yoga here. And when I say I found yoga, I mean I found upward dog, downward dog kind of yoga, okay? I came back to Miami. I reacquainted with a friend of mine from grade school, from 3rd grade. He was already a yoga master. He was my age, exactly my age, 1 month younger than me. Went 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, you know, in my circle. But he, during the years that we didn't speak, he just became a yoga master. He was born like that. He had already been to India, okay? Ryan Spielman, before your time here in Miami. But he was part of the original Miami crew, okay? He ended up being Madonna's teacher. He ended up being Sting's teacher. He ended up being one of the most important teachers in London, where he now lives. But yeah, he was like my good friend, and I just started following him everywhere. Okay, no, literally. I mean, he took me to my first yoga class. who the teacher was 88 years old. Her name was June Blank here in Miami, 88 years old. She started yoga when she was 82. Just I like that part of the story, just so we're clear about that part of the story should not be overlooked, okay? My first teacher was 88 and she started when she was 82, okay? But then he took me to this Ashtanga Vinyasa class, which in Miami, you know, at the time, that was as close as there was to power yoga. There was no power yoga back then, okay? There was this. And this was dynamic and it was unbelievable and it was sweating and it was comprehensive. And I just couldn't believe, like I told you yesterday, I couldn't believe how perfect this was. And because I told you when I was in bed dying, I was just saying, God, if you give me my life, I'm not going to take it for granted. Now, that means that if you give me the gift again, I'm not going to forget it. Saying thank you for me is not about words. It's only about action. So I want you to appreciate that. So for me, the way that I say thank you to God is by getting on my mat or on the floor every single day because God gave me the gift. The way I say thank you is I use the gift. You understand that idea? You have a nephew or a son or something and you give him a skateboard and he says, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And he throws the thing in the closet and never looks at it again. Or your nephew or whatever, and he doesn't even say thank you because he's so damn happy to see the skateboard. He grabs it out of your hand. He's running down. You see the thing 3 months later and it's shredded. Where was the gratitude? The one who said thank you? Or the one who acted thank you? Okay, so for me, it's action. And that practice, when I saw it, I was like, that's it. Perfect. That's the way. And so that's why when I say sadhana, for me, is a spiritual practice. And I told you, I have no days off. That first day that I did that sweaty practice in November 1998 up until today, 0 days off, no exceptions. Because like I said yesterday, to repeat myself, how do I have an exception from saying thanks to God? No. So then I started, you know, following my friend more, and he told me, you should go to massage therapy school. He's like, I went to the school here in Miami. He had gone to the school here in Miami called Educating Hands. And Educating Hands is a massage therapy school in Miami. And it just happens to probably be top 5 massage therapy schools in the world. I mean, it is the highest level because it's not just Western massage therapy, it's Eastern as well. And they bring the whole thing together and they're very skilled. So I went to Educating Hands. I did the 6-month program, you know, I took a loan out and, you know, and then I became a massage therapist and a yoga, you know, but as I was, you know, all right. So massage therapy and I'm working hard and all that. And then I did a yoga teacher training. Okay. But when I did my yoga teacher training, which was 99, 2000, okay, it's Synergy Yoga, you know, in Miami Beach with Gaia, okay, the great master Gaia. I was already a yoga practitioner. Like I wasn't doing a yoga teacher training to learn yoga. I was doing it to learn how to teach yoga, okay, which is very different from modern days people. Nowadays, most people are doing training both reasons, to learn it and to learn to teach it. In my case, it was much more about, all right, I have the practice now, what do I do with it? Okay. So then once I graduated the teacher training there, and I was a massage therapist, and I was a yogi, and I was already, I'll talk about food in a minute. As soon as I finished the training, I was already very popular. Okay. Now, when I was in massage therapy, it was an important part of the story. When I was in massage therapy school, I was living in Miami Beach. Okay, it was the first time I was not living in my house, my parents' house here in Kendall, where I was still based. Okay, so but this time I was in Miami Beach. I had an apartment. I had a roommate, Lance. You know Lance O'Brien, right? Lance. Okay, it's great to be here in Miami and people actually know these people. So I met Lanzo. He was a reggae DJ, and I met him at night on Miami Beach at the Marlin on 12th. And anyway, he tells me he needs a roommate. I don't know the guy. But I'm like, all right, I'm ready to move out of my house, and, I've already been to university and I'm sitting here stuck in my house again, right? So I was ready to not do that. So I move in with him. The thing is, I didn't know him very well, So I move in with him on South Beach there, and I'm doing massage therapy, and he's my roommate. And I start watching him, and I couldn't believe what I saw. This was the strangest person I had ever met. Okay? All this person ever ate was raw vegan food. That was it. And this is in 2000, okay? So 25 years ago, okay, he was already eating 100% raw vegan. For breakfast, he just had a bowl of fruit that was like 45 pounds. His salads for lunch were like mountains. Yeah, okay? I mean, I was like, what planet are you from? Like, where does this come from? Because I'm just a regular person. I don't know any of this. I'm eating my regular food, my fish, my tuna sandwiches. I still remember massage therapy school, taking a break, eating tuna fish. That was where it ended, right there. I remember that. Okay. I remember those last tuna fish sandwiches in the 90s. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, because, shifted consciousness. So I started looking at what he was doing, and I said, well, that is very unusual, but I'm very interested to learn about this, to see if it's right. I'm fascinated. I'm a curious person, right? So I start studying it, reading things, reading books on what he's doing. And the more I studied it, the more I realized, holy shit, this guy's right. This guy's right. Everything he's doing is correct, and everything I'm doing is not correct. It makes perfect sense, and there's no exceptions to this. I just studied it deeply. I became also myself. I told you yesterday, I did also 7 years of the same thing. Okay, 100%, no exception, 7 years, perfect, 100% raw vegan. I'll tell you more. All right, so when I finished training, my teacher training, I started teaching, and I was very popular. Like I said, like right away, I was teaching the biggest classes in all of, there's only like 5 studios at the time, but I had the prime spots, I was Saturday morning, I was Monday night, I was right? And like, I was on TV already. I was already like, all this stuff was going on, because there really wasn't a lot of teachers back then. And I was a male teacher, so there was even fewer of those. Okay. So as soon as my friend who's a businessman, he notices me. He's like, gosh, you have potential. If you ever want to open a business or a studio together, I'll go half with you. I'll put in half the money with you if you ever want to do that. And I laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? I don't want to do that at all. I don't want that responsibility. I'm happy with my life. I said, I'm working my butt off. I am hustling. I have my little red Volkswagen Fox. Okay. I'm driving around, everywhere. I'm talking Aventura to the apartment, and then a yoga studio in Coral Gables, and then Coconut Grove, and then I go to a school here, and all in one day. But I was happy because, like I said, I was free. You know what I mean? No responsibility. So he tells me about yoga studio. I'm like, wow, I look like an idiot. No. Okay. So then comes September 9th of 2001, and I'm in New York. Okay, New York City, yeah, with Patabi Joyce, the master of Ashtanga Vinyasa. And he used to go to New York City every year and hold these 500-person classes. So I went on the 9th of September, I left New York. This is 2001, everybody. On the 9th of September, I left. Okay. And on the 11th, 2 days later, okay, I'm in California, and I wake up to the news of the Twin Towers. Okay. And like I already mentioned to a couple of you yesterday who asked, see, the thing about September 11th that's different for me is that it's my birthday. Okay. And then I have a big ego. And so if you combine an ego with that, I kind of felt chosen. Okay. Take it or leave it. I'm just telling you how I felt. I'm not telling you that it was right. Okay. I told you, ego mixed with that. I just felt like my number got selected. It's like, why my birthday? The next 20 years, I'm not going to be celebrating my birthday ever again. Now it's going to be a day of mourning, But the bottom line is that I really felt like, Jesus. And what I really felt was there's no more time to wait. There is no more goddamn time to wait to make the world a better place. It was so clear that the time to wait, that's what I had, it's like, it was so clear. The time to wait to make the world a better place is over. Get to work was the suggestion being sent to me, like, stop fucking around, right? So I just buckled up. I went back to Miami. Okay, I'm ready. I am ready. And so we opened our first studio. All right, it's a little bit of a longer story, but I'll skip that part. So I opened my first studio. No, I'll tell you this part. It's really funny. It's funny. Okay. So I was going to take my friend's studio, Ryan. Okay. And he had a studio in Coconut Grove, and he was selling it because he's leaving. And the reason why he was leaving was because he went on a workshop. He had a girlfriend for 3.5 years. He went on a workshop and got married on the workshop to somebody else. Yeah, 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 yeah. He went on like one of those sharing workshops where everyone circles and does all that thing. And like, that's the whole technology. And so, and he went there and he married the daughter of the whole thing. Okay. You know, and they got divorced later on, but they still, but funny enough, after their divorce, they still had another kid together. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? It's relationship. And now they're friends. I think they're back together again. You know how life is. Okay. But the fact is that he had to sell his studio and I was going to take it, but you know, the ex-girlfriend wanted it. So I let that go. Now it was time for me to pick my own. I picked South Beach. Okay. So I was on 4th and Meridian. And during that time, that first year, I taught all those classes by myself. And it was a really low, tough parking situation, tough environment, but I taught all myself first year. During that time, I started to think and observe all these students. I'm thinking, gosh, what's wrong with these people? You know, it's like in my practice, am transforming at a pace that is like beyond calculations because I'm 100% raw and these people aren't going anywhere. It's as if they're on a treadmill. You know, they're not going anywhere. Like a mouse, right? Yeah, the rat wheel. You know, yeah, the hamster wheel. That one. Yeah. That's what it seemed like. You know, they're all walking, they ain't going anywhere. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I had to figure this out. And I realized, oh, all right, I understand what's going on. These people are coming to yoga. And then when they're leaving, they're going to McDonald's or the equivalent of McDonald's. I mean, they're going to the steakhouse or they're going to Prime 112. You call it what you want. It's all McDonald's to me. Okay, just different names. They're eating garbage. So what they're doing is they're taking 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back. See? 2 steps forward, and then 3 steps back. Everything they're doing something that counters it. So I'm like, oh, I know what I have to do. I have to open up a raw food restaurant. I have to be a hero. I have to be Superman. So I decided that I'm going to make the worst business decision of my life and fulfill my dream. So I did. And in the same building on 4th and Meridian on South Beach, in the same building that I had my yoga studio, I rented the place next door. And you cannot believe the naivete that I had in this time and the poor business sense that I had. I lost so much money. It was such a disaster, but it did exist for 1 year. Okay. It took me 2 years to open it. That's how stupid I was. 2 years just to open it, paying rent for 2 years without an open place. In South Beach, $4,000 a month. Who does that? Only an idiot who's trying to save the world. But I have learned my lessons. Anyway, it was open for 1 year and it had the greatest name in the world. Do you remember? It was 2003. 2003, 2004. It was called Food Without Fire. Yes, of course that was mine. Welcome to my world. All mine, baby. Yeah, now you connect the dots. Yes. Yeah. Well, and that was before anyone had ever heard of raw food. I mean, only my friend Lance was doing it and nobody else. And so, but I made a lot of mistakes. Huh? Yeah. Way too much. Yeah. Way too much. Yeah. Well, no, but I made a lot of mistakes. Okay. And the number one mistake is I would never, ever choose to do a 100% raw food restaurant. Again, I would do a vegan restaurant that has a raw food menu. Okay. Because if you don't sell drugs, you don't make money. Okay. And coffee is the number 1 drug and sugar is the number 2 drug.
And all those breads are the number 3 drug. I mean, when was the last time you went to Olive Garden, you know what I mean? And they brought out the bread and you didn't want it. You know what I mean? The bread. You know what I mean? The bread. That is number 1 addiction. It's sugar. Bread and sugar are the same. Dopamine. Okay? So, I forgot where I was going with that. What was I saying about the bread? Before that. Yeah, all right, thanks. Yeah, all right. So I opened this restaurant. I'm not selling drugs, and so I failed miserably. And I was not a good manager. I'm a left-handed, right-brained spatial thinker. I cannot stand spreadsheets. Okay, I don't do numbers very well. Okay, you know what I mean? Like I have certain weird things that I'm good with numbers, and other things I just cannot relate to them. And when it comes to spreadsheets, it doesn't make sense. So I lost a lot of money. Okay, bankruptcy and the whole thing. But I learned a lot of lessons. And then my studio was called Miami Yoga Shala, and then it became Miami Yoga, and then Brickle Yoga when I had Brickle as well. Yeah. But Food Without Fire. It was called Food Without Fire. That was the name of the restaurant. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was wonderful. But here's the problem with 100% raw food restaurants, is that 100% raw food eaters do not want to go. Because the 100% raw food eaters are on another level. And they do not want the heavy nut, the nut loaves and the nut pizzas and the nut, all these nuts. And those 100% raw fooders, they're above that. So then you need to deal with the people that you know, now who is that? And so these are people that only want to come once a month, and then it's all raw. So all raw, that means every day I have to throw stuff away because it was all raw. This ain't like you can leave it for a day or two in the refrigerator and come, but no, it goes to the garbage. And a lot of it was organic. And do you know that organic almonds are like $97 a pound? So yeah, and so I'm just like, so anyway, I choked. Bottom line is I learned that I'm an educator of food. I am not a seller of food. Okay, the lesson that I learned. People ask me all the time, you want to open a restaurant? I just laugh so hard. I'm like, I don't ever want to deal with food. Okay, because it's a really hard business. You have to be married to it, as you know, and it's a lot of, stress. Okay, but it was a karma yoga for me. I was doing it for the world. Okay, and I learned a lesson. You want to know what the lesson is? That you can do whatever you want to make the world a better place, but if you don't know business, you will fail. So do not pretend that God is going to save you because you have the best intentions, like I thought. I literally thought that. I actually believed that. I'm like, well, come on, look what I'm doing. I'm helping people. This is going to work. Yeah. God's like, oh, you're going to help people, then you better know where accounting means. That's what God says. Yeah, you better know how to do business. God's clear about that. You know what I mean? So I learned lessons. And so, all right, I've had a lot of teachers. All right. So during the time that I've started practicing specifically to now, I don't talk about teachers like maybe you think. Okay. I talk about masters. Okay. My teachers are people that in my mind are perfect human beings. I am not a perfect human being. Okay, I apologize for that. But I am a regular person with a lot of defects and a lot of, faults in personality. I am far from perfect, unfortunately for you. Okay, and I just do my best. But my teachers are actually perfect. Okay, like when I see them, if I am graced to see them, they cannot stop me from kissing their feet. I'm talking about Dharma Mitra, the great masters. Okay, but I have about 10 of them. Go to my place in Colombia and you'll see my altar where I have pictures of them. Okay, so what I do here in these trainings, I do my very best to really draw upon the authentic depths of the teachings that my teachers have, because they are the highest levels of masters. Okay,
direct lineages to Krishnamacharya, direct lineage to Yogananda, direct lineages to these people that you've heard of. These are my teachers, lived with Krishnamacharya. Okay, so my goal here always is to take everything that I can and keep the authenticity with it, but then deliver it all to you in a way that you can actually digest it. Okay, and that's kind of where my goal is. Okay. I had one point I had 3 yoga studios here in Miami. Okay, yoga studios are very hard. Okay, so then I only had Brickell for a long time. Divorced. I basically just travel all the time. I have a retreat center in Colombia, which I hope you guys will visit. The Colombians, maybe it could be easier to visit, but it is heaven on earth. All right, I have a river, natural water springs that turn into a cold plunge pool, a sauna. Have you seen the pictures probably on Instagram? I have 4 horses, 6 dogs, and 2 mini pigs, 20 acres, hiking trail. I'm talking about it's heaven on earth. 200 fruit trees, okay, that I have done everything and I can. Archery, arts and crafts. I mean, I made summer camp for healing, okay? And it's empty now because whenever I'm not running programs there, but my goal is that it's never empty, right? My goal is that one day my students and my friends will come and do retreats, and work the place when I'm not there, okay? So I invite you to go there as a student. I also invite you to go there as a teacher, okay? And now basically like I said, I'm doing a lot of this stuff. Since 2008, I've basically been on this rotation of traveling. I go to Peru every year. Presently, I'm going to Germany. And I'll go really anywhere, honestly, anywhere where there's students, okay? So if you have a market, if you have a country, if you have some people in your life and you will one day in the next few years want to do this program with me, I'm open-minded. That's what I do, okay? And that's how I get new places to go. Outside of Medellin. Yeah, outside of Medellin. Yeah. All right, so that's a little bit about me. Yeah, well, I mean, I really hope. I have a New Year's retreat there, so maybe it can be a reunion and a New Year's retreat. So it's already scheduled. It's already there. You could already go onto the website and order it. Okay, but so this is what I'm doing, and like I said, I'll never be able to put into words how much gratitude I have for you guys to allow me to be here, that we can all be here together. It's really a blessing, and thank you. Thank you. All right, that's a little bit about me. That's enough for now. We've got a big day and we got to keep going. So let's do that. You're going to need your notes now. And you're going to need your printouts. Basically, you need all your materials. At this point now, you can lose the circle formation and move into a semicircle so that you can see the board. Okay? As long as you can see the board, you're in a good spot. Well, you know what they say. When you're cold, you can't get tired. It doesn't have to be this cold. It can just be regularly cold. One at a time. The remote used to be on the wall. No, just turn one of them off, and that'll balance it out.
Does this work?
Yes, it does. Exactly what it does. If you're gonna go to the bathroom, now's the time. Make it fast. Once I start, that will be that. let me give you a hand. Here, there it is.
You just had to walk this.
Yeah, magic. All right. So hopefully it won't take too long to find the pages that we're working out of. But we are going to be involved with TTQ. Number 1. Can you all find TTQ1 in your material? It's probably going to be in your digital thing because it's part of the big printout. This is the big printouts, the section called TTQ. And if you got there, otherwise share it. In the meantime, I'm also going to just put these pictures into the group. Can someone do that for me? Can you take a picture of that and post it into the group? You're in the group. Yeah, in the WhatsApp group. Y'all are not very good with WhatsApp, are you? Stay attuned to the WhatsApp, okay? I post to it, so pay attention to it. Right, I know. It's like Americans don't use WhatsApp. But too bad. We use it here, you know? Oh, all right, yeah, so, yeah, this is asana, and then you go to TTQ, which is another, so yeah, page 37 in this book, if you have it printed out. 37, 37. But not in this book, it's 37 in this book. This is totally different. Yes, TTQ, section teaching techniques. Section teaching techniques. TTQ, yeah, print some stuff out, yeah. Yeah, and I put that in the group. I put this in the group as well as a PDF. So if you look for it really carefully, you'll see it. Yeah, book 1. If you print book 1, it'll be this. And if you go here, it'll be there. Page 37. It's there, everybody. All right, I'm going to start. I'm going to start because it's there. All right. And if you can't find it, if someone can just take a picture of it. Did you do it and put it in the group? Okay. Excellent. Oh, really? That's weird. You don't have internet? You got something close enough? That's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I teach everything anyway, as long as you take notes.
Yes.
That's the right section, but no, because you're in the wrong book.
The one you texted, but I don't have it.
Is it? Oh, then keep going.
So it's not.
Oh, well, it might be. It's page 37.
Here.
It is. But it's right, yeah. All right, I expect this. This is what happens when I give materials digitally. It takes 2 minutes to get everybody on the same pages. That's natural. But yes. Yeah, so the one we sent, it's where it says identifying skills of a good teacher. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, this is it. We got to keep going. It's not page 37 of that. It's, I don't know what's going on, but it's go much further into the book. Now the book starts. Okay, now find section TTQ right there. And there it is. And you can help her as well. All right, I must begin. Okay, I can only allow 2 minutes for this. All right, because I just cannot give 10 minutes to finding pages when we have a 5-hour day. Okay, good. Here we go. This is a very important talk, covering a lot of information right now in how to teach yoga. Okay, this is the talk of how to teach yoga. Up until now, I have been asking you to teach only by reading a script. Agreed? Well, that's not how to teach yoga. That's how to read a script. Okay, so that's interesting. And you will continue to utilize the script for a couple of days. Every time I teach you something new, you will be able to use the script for a good 2 or 3 days or 4 days maximum. And then after that, you will be weaned off of the script. So just for an example, yesterday you learned the opening sequence. Isn't that true?
So yesterday was day 1 and today is day 2. And then you have day 3, which is tomorrow. And now we're talking about Monday. I don't want to be seeing a lot of people reading the opening sequence for Monday. You understand me? That's how it works. And then you can read all the new stuff for 4 or 5 days, and then every while the script will be put away. The script is not your friend. Okay? It is your ally, but not your long-term friend. Okay? You will use her, and then you will let her go. All right? But not yet. But today is about how to teach yoga. All right? And everything that I say is, of course, incorporated into the script to some degree, but this is the big picture now. And it starts by, we're not in the book yet. I'll tell you when we get to the book. Right now, I'm even going overview, bigger than that, to talk about how to teach yoga. Whoa, isn't that a good pen? Someone wants to do real karma yoga. You know what karma yoga is, right? Get me some pens. But not all of you. So coordinate it. I don't need like 30 people bringing me pens. Huh? All right. Well, if someone wants to do what they call Amazon overnight, it would not hurt. All right. Anyway, here, so we got, but today we're going to do just fine with my pen that I brought from Peru. Body. All right. The first conversation today is how to teach yoga. And the answer is we teach yoga by creating what is called a braid of 3 themes. A braid is a trenza, okay? A trenza of 3 dimensions. Y'all know what a trenza is, a braid? How would you define a braid? You know, a hair braid? Yeah, 3 like different things that are individual. And when you interrelate them, it creates something stronger than the 3 that were individual. Agree? Okay, so here are our 3 individual strands. We're going to constantly weave them together to create the experience, which is, of course, greater than the sum of the parts. Now, in the case of this first example, I'm telling you that there are 3 things. One is talk about the body. We will always be talking about the body. There's all kinds of stuff about the physical body. Where does this go? Where does that go? What are you doing with this? What are you doing with that? We will always be talking about the breath. Okay? Quality of the breath, how to breathe, all of that. And we may or may not choose to talk about spirituality. All right, so for example, inhale cobra, exhale downward dog. Engage your legs, right? That's a body, right? Okay, squeeze your triceps, that's body. Breathe deeply through your nose, that's breath. Feel a sense of peace in your heart, that's spiritual. Now I go back to the body. Relax your neck, relax your face. Now back to the breath. Breathe louder than your thoughts, okay? Back to feel a sense of gratitude. See how I'm doing that? Talk about the body, talk about the breath, talk about the body, talk about the breath. Now, we might talk about something spiritual depending on the situation. And what I'm doing right now is answering the ultimate question that you will probably have if you don't have it yet. And that question is, what the heck am I supposed to say next? You understand that question? Because if I tell you, all right, good. This is a 90-minute class. Don't stop talking for 90 minutes. Ever. Now, you hear that, you have to ask yourself, well, okay, that sounds interesting, but 90 minutes is a lot of talking. What the hell am I supposed to say next? You know what I mean? So that's the question that a lot of us are going to come to. And now this is the answer. The first answer, I'm going to give you several answers to that. But the first answer is right here. What do you say next? Easy. Depends on what you just said. Did you just talk about the body? Fine. You're going to talk about the breath now. Did you just talk about the breath? Okay, well, maybe you're going to use that to segue into something spiritual, or maybe you're going back to the body.
because you know what you're going to say next simply based upon what you just said, because you must always interrelate these things. The minute you stop talking about the breath, they stop breathing. Okay, and I mean not literally, but they stop breathing consciously. In other words, they start breathing, in their regular shallow patterns again. And sometimes they literally stop breathing. Sometimes they just hold their breath. Because if all you do is talk about body instructions, now do this with your body, now do that with your body, now do this, and then this with the knee, and that with the elbow, and people are like, I think I got it. I think I got it. What else am I supposed to do? Well, that's not it. That's not the experience, because they're not bringing the breath. Now, this scenario of the body, the fact that we are going to talk about the body, there are two different possible situations that we have got to recognize. Two possible situations about the body. We have to know that these are both possible options. So we'll say we have situation A and we have situation B. What are they? Situation A, physical body, is people are using muscles in their body that they do not want to use. Scenario letter A, muscles, you're using them and you don't want to use them. Example, who's got examples of that? Any examples? Anyone know? Not yet, because that's muscles. You might want to use those muscles, okay? I mean, that's a physical action. But let's say you're in downward dog. In downward dog, you're going to want to use certain muscles in downward dog. But there's other muscles that you do not want to use in downward dog. What would that be? Could be in the neck, the jaw, the face, or the eyes. Basically, the throat and above. If you're using muscles in your throat or above, you are wasting your energy. Because there's no use for clenching your jaw. I mean, how many people clench their jaw? And even in sleep they're doing it because the unconscious pattern is so deep. But you see, this is one of the many things that we say, which is relax your jaw. Now, what I'm saying is scenario one is that they're using muscles and they do not want to use them because they're not related to the pose. Scenario two is the opposite of that. Who can tell me the opposite of that? Yes. Not using muscles. You need to be using, and yes, exactly right. The legs, the core, or whatever it is that is the correct structural muscle that needs to be used, and you're not using it. So your lazy legs or your lazy this, okay. So scenario one, you are using muscles that you need to relax. Scenario two, you are relaxing muscles that you need to use. Understand that? Now, the thing is that when you teach physical yoga, you're teaching asanas, you always mention both scenarios. You never talk about one without talking about the other, and you never talk about the other without talking about the one. So what am I saying? I'm saying, like always, inhale cobra, exhale downward dog. Okay? Downward dog, 5 breaths. Keep your legs strong. Keep your belly engaged. Now, that was 2 that were contracting, right? Legs strong. But, well, I must tell you now what to relax. Keep your legs strong. Keep your belly engaged. Relax your jaw. Breathe deeply. Now you see how this works. Then I'll go back to your body and tell you what I want you to do, and then go back to your breath. Okay? And that's how this comes together as a whole experience. So now this part about spirituality, we got to talk about it. Well, yeah, I mean, at the same time as the breath. I always say it's optional, okay? It's optional, like, you don't have to use spirituality. You certainly never use spirituality that threatens other people's spiritual beliefs. Okay? Like, You don't be like, inhale, cobra, exhale, downward dog. All right, everyone, downward dog. Let's do it. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare. Never, ever play around with deity names, things like that. That's not what I'm talking about spirituality. That can bring a lot of fear. That can create a lot of misunderstanding, and that's not necessary. That's not the yoga part. Spirituality, I'll tell you two things. Number one, if you are talking about the breath correctly, you really never need to talk about spirituality because you're delivering the experience of it. Spirituality is very simply one thing: be in the present moment. Don't mean to simplify it for you, but that's all it is. Okay? And if you are breathing in the way that I want you to breathe, you are in the present moment. And if you are in the present moment, you are experiencing spirituality. You're experiencing connection. You're experiencing peace. You're experiencing the experience that is the direction that we're going. And so that comes from the breath. See? So if I coach the breath all the time, I have given you the spiritual experience. So at that point, spirituality, or me to talk about something deep or spiritual, it's totally optional. Okay? Because when it comes to spirituality and like texts and what does the book say and what does Patanjali say, you have to know it. Not memorize it, but feel it. Now, you guys are not reading the Bhagavad Gita. Maybe you're reading other spiritual texts, so you got to read them, internalize them, and then one day they're going to just come out. The stuff that you are reading, the stuff that you are meditating with, the stuff that you're feeling, you're experiencing, it will just come out, and you'll be able to speak about spirituality all day long, but it will be natural. In the meantime, I will tell you, focus on the breath, and I will also tell you this. This is the ultimate and only really important principle, in my opinion, of spirituality, which is gratitude. Personally, okay? This is the most universal of states of consciousness. Universal, understand universal? You want to go to a Jewish temple and talk about gratitude? No problem. You want to go to an Islamic mosque and talk about gratitude? Let's do it. You want to go to the Catholic Church? Let's talk about gratitude there too. Everyone, we could talk about gratitude. All religions and all paths of spirituality. This is primary for elevation of consciousness. And it's universal. See? And that's why I really love it. Okay? It's for everybody. But I will tell you to be careful with this. This is not a cheap word that you just throw around because you learned it today. Have gratitude. Either you feel it, and then what you feel is what you speak, and what you speak is what you're feeling, and then the people read your conscious level through your feeling of your words, right? Or just don't say it. Okay? The way I like to put it is either you're about to cry because you cannot contain yourself for how much gratitude you have, or don't use the word. Okay? Okay. So we have the structure of how to teach. We're always talking about the body and relating the two scenarios. Then we're always talking about the breath and all the different qualities of the breath that there are, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And then some of us are going to jump into spiritual things because it comes naturally to us and it's easy. And others of us are going to wait and actually have some spiritual practice and some spiritual experience. And then the stuff just comes naturally. Never force a spiritual teaching because it will always be detected. It's detected when, you know what I mean? When someone's trying to teach you something that they themselves don't understand. Okay? It's clear. Okay? Make sense so far? Okay, so now we're going to that page 36, TTQ1, everybody. Now we're here. And this is called the 14 instructions that can be delivered at any time in any pose. We all together with this? So this continues to answer the question of what the hell am I supposed to say? And now this actually gives you the real answer. And the real answer now is I'm going to give you 14 things that you can say in any single pose at all times. 14 things. It doesn't matter if it's downward dog. It could be Tadasana. It could be triangle pose. It could be whatever you want. These things are always appropriate. You could always say relax your jaw. You could always say keep your eyes in one place. You could always say lift your heart. You could always say keep your legs strong. You could always keep your belly. You could always keep your shoulders back and down. You could always say breathe louder than your thoughts. There's a lot of things you could just always say. Now, do you remember yesterday that I put you into Tadasana? Remember that? In Tadasana, and I told you that there is something called universal alignment, and that what you see here in Tadasana, you will also see in many other poses. Remember that? That's where these 14 things come from. These 14 things are part of the universal alignment things that are just appropriate all the time. Make sense? So part of your homework is you will have to memorize these things. You have 4 days. Take 4 days to memorize that list, and we're going to go over them together. Okay? One of the many things that you will be learning is this list, and the sooner the better. Okay, don't forget it. Don't forget your question. Promise? Okay. Listen. What I am telling you now is, what do you say during the 5 breaths of your pose? That's what this is about. That's what this list is for. You're going to say, step your right foot forward, inhale, warrior 1, 5 breaths. Well, now you got to say some things. The first thing you're going to always say is what to do with the feet. Then you're going to say what to do with the hips. That's everything. Then starts these things. So you would say 5, feet separate, hips width apart, square your hips forward. Breathe. 4, breathe through your nose. Seal your perineal floor. Relax your jaw. 3, breathe louder than you see how I'm doing this. I'm saying a number, and then I'm saying instructions, and then another number. That's how this is going to go. That's why it's not choreographical teaching. It's 5 breaths, and that's where the breaths come from. All right, question, go ahead. You promise not to forget it. All right, so whenever it comes back, let me know. Okay? Write it down there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blow it out of your mind. Yeah, exactly. All right. So you understand what I'm doing here? All right, so who can read this really loud? Go ahead and read it loud and fast. All of it, the whole list, yeah.
Legs strong, belly and feet. Lower chin.
Okay, so those are, like I said, now in about 3 days or whenever I'm ready, I'm going to give a massive workshop on alignment. Okay, that is alignment on every pose and adjustment. So not only what you're looking for, but also how to touch people. That's 3 days away. Okay, when that comes, you're going to have a lot more information in every pose because you're going to have every single bit of detail. For right now, I want you to only focus on the 14 things during the 5 breaths. Yes, you start by talking about the feet. Then you talk about the hips. After that, just use these 14 things. Okay? 4, belly in, jaw relaxed. 3, okay, so get used to that feeling or that structure of teaching where you're going to give a number, then you're going to give some instructions, and then another number. Okay? And then when you get to 1, inhale, warrior 2, exhale, forearm on your thigh, other arm straight up. 5 breaths here. 5, keep your eyes in one place. Don't move your eyes like that, see? 4, see how not moving your eyes stills your mind. 3, like see, just little whatever you want to say inside these numbers. Go ahead. Yeah, psychologically, it's better. It's better for us psychologically to go down than it is to go up. But they don't know if you're going to end on 5 or not. Yeah, they don't know that it's all 5. That's another reason. Yeah. Now, the thing is with these numbers, guys, is that the mistake that you will all make, I can tell you, is you will teach too fast. Please don't. Okay? When I give you choreographical practice like today, it's only for memorizing sequences. It is not how you teach. The faster you teach, the less professional it is. The slower you teach, the more professional it is. I don't think I need to repeat that. Okay? Slow, take your time, give these breaths. These are 5 breaths. These are not 5 counts. It's not 5, relax your jaw. 4, breathe through your nose. 3, keep your eyes still. 2, belly in. And 1, that is 1 breath. That was 5 counts. I ain't talking about 5 counts, I'm talking about 5 breaths. So please, when you are teaching this stuff for real, when you have your victims, right, in your house, your boyfriends, girlfriends, you know, your friends or your victims, right? Slow the teaching, slow. Give the 5 breaths. Give the 14 things. Take your time. Okay? That's why you're learning these 14 things, because if you don't have these 14 things, you don't know what to say. And that's also why I'm heavily focused on you memorizing the choreography of this sequence for the first few days, because you can't teach it until you learn it. So we're focused on learning the choreography. We're focused on learning these 14 things. And then in a few days, it's all going to just come together. Now, what I didn't tell you guys, but I will now, is that these first days, especially these first 5, 6 days, are heavy. You know, like really a lot of content's going to come out, and I still haven't thrown it all at you yet. Okay, but I think you're seeing this. The first 5 days, you have to learn the whole sequence and all that. It's a very overwhelming first 5 days, but don't worry, because the sequence doesn't change. You understand? It doesn't change. You just learn it eventually. You learn it, you know, like I said, some people learn it in 3 days, some people learn it in 6 days. I don't care. It doesn't change. So yes, it's all coming at you the first 5 days. Just relax, because then we have weeks and weeks to practice this stuff. Okay? But I know how it is. So just enjoy it. Let me tell you a story. Okay? 2 boys are walking through the forest, and they see a cocoon with a caterpillar, and the cocoon is pulsing, and they walk by. The next day, they see the head of the caterpillar starting to come out of the cocoon, and they walk by. The next day, they see the greatest struggle they have ever seen, where this caterpillar is trying its best to get out of the cocoon, but it's having a very, very hard time. It cannot get out. It's struggling, can't get out. So one boy just says, oh, I'm going to help the caterpillar. So it takes a little knife and it makes a tiny hole in the cocoon, just so that the caterpillar can come out a little bit easier, right? Help. The boy had compassion. Okay. They go back to school. The next day they come back, and the caterpillar, yeah, that hole did help him get out, and it was a lot farther out, and dead. Dead. Why? Because what that boy did was counterproductive. Though he was coming from his heart and he had compassion, he was trying to help. Is why they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. He wanted to help, but you see, the caterpillar needed that struggle, needed that fight, needed that lucha, needed that, because that was what was strengthening its wings. That's how it was strengthening, so it could become a butterfly. Then you made it too easy. You don't strengthen its wings, it can't fly away. So during these times when you guys are struggling, right? Because you're beginners with yoga, and all of a sudden I'm throwing 5 straight days of sequencing, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, it's a little bit like a lot. Even if you were a seasoned yogi, this would be a lot. Okay? Nonetheless, this is the process of getting stronger. So enjoy it. Remember I said yesterday, no stress? Yeah? So just enjoy it. This is, you don't get stronger without struggle. All right? So you're in that process, and it's a little bit challenging those first few days. Enjoy the process. Everyone's in the same boat. We're all in it together. Okay?
You know, we finish at 2 o'clock, but not everybody has kids that are pendiente like right now. Some of you might have a couple of extra hours after 2 o'clock. So what would be very intelligent is you start to coordinate whose house are you going to go to after this, so you can start practicing from 4 to 6. I just want you to know, okay? There is no way you can practice teaching too much unless you have done it practicing for 3 years. Teach 3 classes a day for 3 years. Then we have enough. Now we're seasoning a little bit. Okay, so until then, get together, we're all together, we're all family here, we're all in the same situation. Okay, so understand? That's why we have a WhatsApp group. Okay, we're connected and we're all in the same situation, so let's use it. All right, but have fun, please. Yeah, and enjoy the overwhelming few minutes, a few days, and it will all just settle itself down over the weeks to come. Okay, and like I said, I'm here with you every step of the way. That's really cool. I mean, that's a studio environment. Very, very, very cool. All right. So it just requires a little bit of organization. Okay. That's all it requires, a little bit of organization, and just do it. Okay. All right. So that is the 14 things that you could say in everything. All right. Now we go to the next page, page 37. And I talk about how do you identify a good yoga teacher? Okay. Everyone together now on page 37, identifying the skills of a good teacher. Yes. Yeah. Lucha, that's a Spanish word. It means struggle. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, because I know that Spanish words help sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's my pleasure. Oh, right, even better. Yeah. I'm so conditioned to teaching in Spanish right now that it's actually like my first teaching language now. Okay. Estar en el momento presente. Estar en el momento presente. Sí. But don't tell, you have to tell me, everything sounds better in English. It's the same thing. It's neither in English or in Spanish. It's not a language thing. It's not an intellect thing. It's beyond all words. Okay? That's the thing. Just so we're clear. Okay. Can I continue? Okay. This next part is very, very valuable. Okay? If you think what I'm saying is valuable before, it's not going to get any less valuable. Okay? It's going to stay at the level. Let's continue. Are we ready? Ladies, are we ready? Question? No? All right, here we go. These lectures take time, so we got to push through. Here we go. Are we done talking, Selva? So don't speak over me. Once I start talking, you stop talking. That's the rule. Okay? Or ask me. Okay? Yeah. Cool. All right. No problem at all. I don't really mind. I just want to be clear for everyone else's sake. Ready? Identifying skills of a good teacher. So yoga teachers are good teachers or they're not good teachers, and it's not a coincidence. Okay? It's a function of certain skills. And those skills are tangible, means we could actually talk about them. There they are on a piece of paper. We can imitate them, learn them, and then we ourselves can be good yoga teachers by understanding these skills. Inside of this lecture that I'm about to give is some of the most important information that I deliver in the whole training that really has absolutely nothing to do with teaching yoga. Okay? But it's just, this is the context that I do these teachings. All right? So, the first thing I will tell you is that there are 10 skills that are tangible, but there is one skill that is not tangible. It's not there on the list because it's not really learnable. It's an intangible skill, and we could almost say you either have it
or you don't. And to me, that skill seems to be the most important one of them all, the intangible one. Because in my many years of having studios, I've had many teachers that were technically perfect teachers and no students. And then I had other teachers that really weren't very good technically in yoga, but had a lot of students. I was like, what the heck's going on here? It doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather study with this person. He has no students and I don't. Well, that intangibility is called love. Okay? There is a quality in the heart that some people have that is very clearly detectable by students, where the teacher has the student's best interest in their heart and has love and has created a sense of community around that experience. That is beyond any skill what will determine success. Okay? You have that quality of love, you're really good at building community, and your students can feel your heart, you're done. Okay? Now all you got to do is not hurt people. Okay? And you're going to be very successful because that's what people want. They want to be in the room of someone who loves them. You know what I mean? I don't mean to say that lightly. I mean to say that seriously. Who loves them unconditionally. Because when they get that, okay. Now, in my case, in case you want to know where my strengths and my weaknesses are presently, I am very, very good at demonstrating that I truly love my students and that I have only your best interest in mind. I'm very, very good at that. I need to improve on the aspect of building community. Okay, that is has not historically been my greatest skill, and I need to improve that. Okay. But if you are able to naturally be someone who is good with building community and who has the heart, your studio or your business or your operation will be the highest level of success. Okay? Whether you do retreats, you do anything, we're talking about you have your community behind you. Okay? That means you offer a retreat, like my partners here that I was working with, the Anahata girls who I started to work with here, and then they decided to not do this training. But those girls have their community. And when they announce a retreat, it's already sold out before they even publicize it. A lot of times, because everyone is already want to go because they just love each other so much. You know what I mean? That's pretty cool. All right. Now let's get into the tangible skills. And the first tangible skill, I've already spoken about it, and I will not repeat myself, which is about breathing. The first skill of a good teacher is talk about the breath. Always talk about the breath. I hope now you know why. Because it is the doorway to spirituality. It is the key to the present moment. Okay. And it is really the center focus of the yoga practice is the breath. Not to mention all of the physiological benefits that come to deep breathing. I mean, forgetting about the present moment, the spiritual stuff, breathing deep, breathing correctly transforms your physiological health. Okay. So it's just like, bam, center piece of yoga. Talk about the breath, give them the qualities that we want. Second, I don't have them all memorized, so please help me. Number 2. Okay. These are very important conversations, everybody, having nothing to do with yoga. Tone of voice, I will relate it to yoga, of course, first, but then I will take it out of the context of yoga where it really matters. Volume and tone of voice. Volume is easy. They're different, though. Volume is easy. Volume means it has to be appropriate. If you're teaching a private lesson, it's just one-on-one, you don't scream when it's one person. But some people do, right? Have you ever been in a class like that? There's like one person, they're like performing like they're on a stage. It's like, sorry, it's just us. But then the other situation is equally challenging, is where the teacher doesn't talk loud enough. You got someone in the back of the room and they can't hear the teacher. That is very frustrating for the student and feels very uncomfortable. And it makes them break their neck because they're constantly they're trying to let's see what's going on. So volume has to be appropriate. And that would, of course, tell you, if you're in a room like this, the sound carries, right? We got good echo here. Well, this is the voice. I'm going to be coaching you louder when you're teaching to the group. Okay? Can't hear you. Okay? Some of you are not used to teaching in public, so this will be a practice for you. Okay, it'll be a really wonderful kind of opportunity to kind of find your voice, because you're going to have to. Okay, so that's volume. Now, tone of voice is much, much more important and interesting conversation. When it comes to your relationships, and I'm talking about any relationship you have with anybody, which is your whole life, okay? Comes to your relationships, your mastery and your awareness and your ability to shape your tone of voice as you speak, as you speak in the present moment, shaping your tone will determine your relationships for the rest of your life. Your inability to be aware of your tone of voice is causing you a lot of trouble, because the number one suggestion that exists is tone of voice. It is so much more direct communication than the words. So if you're not aware of what your tone of voice is saying, you're literally not aware of what you're saying. It doesn't matter what you're speaking in your words. For example, I'm teaching, right? And I say something and I'm so eloquent, right? And I'm so clear, right? And it's so obvious what I've said. And, okay. And now you come back to me and you say, basically ask me the same exact question. Okay. For example, right? So I say something clear. Now you come back and ask me the same question as if you haven't been paying attention. Well, I could get annoyed, could get annoyed. And in my tone of voice, I could be like, I just said that. Right? Now, if I say it like that, right? I just said that. Don't you know that I'm annoyed? Right? Don't you know by the way that I said it that I'm a little disturbed? I just said that. I'm impatient, right? You can feel it, right? I just said that. It's this, it's this, it's this, it's this. Now you know that I'm answering you with impatience. Or I could use exactly the same words. Oh, actually, I just said that. And so what I was saying was, you see, same words. I just said that. But now I'm saying it like for fun, hey, I just said that. And so I'm going to now repeat, because, there's a rule about teachers. If you don't like to repeat yourself, don't be a teacher. Nobody will listen to you. So you have to repeat it again. Why will nobody listen to you? Don't take it personally. Why will nobody listen to you? Why? Do you know why? It's a really interesting thing. I think it's clear. Why? Huh? Why can they not listen to you? Huh? Yeah, exactly right. Okay, so let's go to that, right? They're in their own world. What does that mean? They're not listening to you because they can't hear you. Their thoughts are so loud, their mind is moving so fast, they don't hear a word you're saying. So you can't take it personally that they didn't catch it the first time. Usually you have to repeat something about 40 different times before they actually get it. You have to, exactly right. That's funny. Yeah, cute. You almost got me. Yeah. Almost got me. Nice. See, but that's funny. And sense of humor is good. Look, guys, in yoga, that's another thing that I'm not very good at, okay, or I need to work on, is a sense of humor. If you can, in Miami, we have the living example of my good friend who was my partner, okay, for many, many years. His name is Paul, okay? I don't know if he even teaches anymore. I don't think so, anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, he married well, so he doesn't have to work anymore. But anyway, he is hilarious. Okay. And I mean, this is somebody who in the middle of class, at least 2 or 3 times will have everybody falling out of their yoga poses because they're laughing so hard they cannot contain the pose. Now, he's not the best technical teacher. He's not necessarily, I mean, he's very good spiritual teacher. He's very good. But this fact that he makes people laugh is why his classes used to be sold out. Okay, I just want to tell you this. You can, and you know, love is one thing, and that's great, and also is humor. So if you can make people laugh, which I, like I said, I need to work on that. Whenever I can find a good joke, I always pounce on it. You know, I do my best. I take advantage of something funny. If I can say something funny, I'm going to try. Okay, but I don't have that nature. But if you do, and you're able to deliver funny lines every once in a while and bring in a sense of humor, it's a sacred thing, laughing. Okay, it's very healing. It's very special. It's very important. Okay, just wanted to bring that up. Yeah, believe it or not. Believe it or not. I can't do it, but people enjoy, they have fun. And if they're having fun, they're going to come back because they feel the community. They're laughing, not alone, they're laughing with the friend next to them. See, there's eye contact in the laughing, and it's freaking hilarious. And like I said, that's not something that I can teach you, but I just want to bring it up because if you are able to bring in humor, it's going to help, the quality of the class, because it is a nice energy. Yeah, it's a way of connecting. Exactly. All right, let's move on. So tone of voice, I think I did it. Okay. Master your tone of voice and master your relationships. Be unaware of your tone of voice and watch how every part of your communication goes in the direction that you don't want. Because you're saying one thing and transmitting something else. Now, okay, so I'm a master of a few things. Okay, I'm a master of yoga therapy. I'm a master of nutrition. And I am a master of tone of voice. Okay, so I can just tell you, you can imitate me. I do not speak out loud without shaping my tone of voice. And I'm talking about every single word in every single case, because I understand that if I don't do it, our communication isn't going to be the same. Now, that's just how it goes. So this is a practice. It's a practice. Now, how do you do it? You ask yourself, would I want someone to speak like that to me? See what I'm saying? As you speak, you ask yourself as you're point, what if someone said that like that to me? How would I respond? And then you have to shape accordingly so that you don't do that. You understand? Ask yourself. Now, this is a practice that takes awareness, doesn't take stress. It doesn't take, it just takes awareness and a sense of humor and practice. Keep your tones of voice neutral. Never, ever demonstrate that you are impatient or angry or upset with your tone of voice. It is your choice if you do. And if you do, you are transmitting something that will cause a reaction immediately in the other person's subconscious mind. And now all of a sudden, one person's unconscious tone is interfering with another person's unconscious tone. And now all of a sudden you have, like I said, miscommunication and tension. Okay? Like, this is some of the most important information that I will give you. Keep it neutral and keep your power. Nobody needs to know what they don't need to know. So it's a quote, okay? Not my quote. Nobody needs to know what they don't need to know. And you want to know what they don't need to know is what you're thinking. And if you are not clear with the awareness of your tone of voice, you are literally telling them what you're thinking. Between your body language and your tone of voice, you can be read like a book. I could read all of your minds because I don't have to. You tell me what you're thinking. It's like open book. And then I'm the mind reader. I ain't a mind reader. You are a mind teller through your unconscious understanding of your body language and most important, your tone of voice. Okay, next thing. Next one. Okay, emotional motivation. There comes a time in class where you have to have energy to your voice, where you can't just be like, inhale, arms up over your head. Because if you're teaching core, like boat pose, you can't be like, boat pose. Hi. Now everybody, Breathe. You can't do that in boat pose. Boat pose 5, right? Breathe through your nose, lift your heart, don't move your eyes. So there comes a different part of classes in here. And I'm going to teach you core sequences too. Not just boat, but abdominal core sequences that are intense. And during those, again, you have to more voice, more emotion. Don't stop, don't, right? Like really, okay? Yeah, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, everything is hard. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I am not really interested in your demonstrating the majority of the class. I prefer you teach the way that I'm teaching you. Have you noticed how I teach you in the morning when I'm teaching? I walk around the room, I'm touching, I'm watching. That's what I really want, and that's how I will be teaching you. But yes, it's true that in the core sequences, I'm going to want you to demonstrate the core. I'm going to want you to get down and do it with the group, and it takes practice because it takes endurance, right? You got to get strong enough, and you got to get the voice. But that's why we're here, okay? When I talk about core, huh? Yeah, I mean, really, it is not easy for the first few rounds to talk and do all this stuff at the same time, but you do realize that it just takes practice. Yeah.
They like it, but
Well, that's why you're here. You're here now. You're gonna have a lot of ways to say. Well, it's actually easier. Okay, it's actually just so you know. Okay, guys, it's easier at first to demonstrate and teach at the same time. It's easier to do what you're saying. Okay, but I don't tolerate that because it's too easy. And the fact is that it is easier to do it while you're teaching. And I tell everyone, do it while you're teaching, but you've got to do it in your mind. It's the same thing. You've got to do it, but you got to do it in your head. That's where self-practice comes from. And that's the whole thing about your self-practice. You see, I'm focused on your ability to do this by yourself silently. Because when you do it by yourself silently, now you can teach it. Because that's what you're teaching. What you know, not what you're reading. It's what you're doing. Okay, so we put all of this is coming together. We're learning the choreography, we're learning the communication, but most importantly, we're learning the self-practice, where it all really comes from. Okay, that's the source of your power, is your practice. All the rest of it is just kind of, moving around, helping inform that, so that from there you teach. Okay. Yes. Yes, that is your practice. Yes. And then later on, when you teach, you don't have to physically do it because it's fresh in your mind and you just feel it. I don't have to do downward dog to feel downward dog and to know exactly what muscles to engage. I don't have to do it. I can visualize it because I did a downward dog an hour ago. See, that's why. Okay. All right, good. Let's continue. Question. Yeah. Yeah. Why? Which part? Oh, well, it's yeah, and I have taught thousands of classes where I do it. Generally speaking, for me, if I own a studio and I'm going to teach 3 classes a day, the very first class of the morning, I practice with my group because there's a lot of reasons for that. Number one, that's usually a smaller group. It's usually a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning at 9. It's not going to be 50 people. It could be 5 people. And those 5 people, like yourself, like to practice with the teacher. And I've done that many years, but it's just not ideal because as long as I'm practicing, I am not absolutely paying attention to you. Now I'm pretty good at it, so I mean, I got to be honest, I could probably pay attention to almost all of you, but it's just not the same, and I can't touch you. I can't tell whether you're 1 millimeter off. I can't see it from my mat, but I can definitely see it when I'm on top of you like that. It's just more effective and it's better, and especially about the touching part. okay? But yes, many people like to just practice with their teacher and they love that. So I do that as well. Beginners like to see it as well. They like to see it. They want to watch, okay? And that's absolutely true. So when you're dealing with real beginners, a lot of times you have to demonstrate everything, unless it's a mixed class. Because if it's a mixed class, the beginners watch everybody else. You don't have to demonstrate anything. As long as there's other people in the room, you don't have to demonstrate. Okay, so yes, you will be able to do it and demonstrate, but it's not the best way to teach. The best way to teach is move around the room, walk, talk, and look. Next requirement, please. Or next skill. Okay, so you don't know what you're going to teach until you know your students. In other words, you have to see your students before you know what you're going to teach. I'm not here to teach you a set sequence that you throw down everybody's throat, regardless of who they are. I'm here to give you a tool belt that has a lot of tools that then you apply to the job at hand, which of course means what kind of students do you have? You know, do you have, you have 4 girls, 4 ladies, all right, are they 15, 25, 35, 45? I mean, you just don't know until you've seen these people. So that's what it means. You cannot make your actually, I'm going to give you your options. You're going to learn these sequences. You're going to know how to make it harder, how to make it easier, how to adapt it around. And then depending on who enters into your room, you will teach something appropriate to them in reflection of their needs. Okay, next thing. Okay, so the more precisely I can speak and tell you something, the less words I have to use. Precision means less words. If I can use less words to say the same thing, I can have more silence in my room. More silence in my room is more peace. The people that do not shut up, they don't stop talking the whole time. Inhale, arms up over your head, reach all the way up to the sky, and exhale into the forward bend with your knees bent, and inhale and lift your heart. It's like they're an auctioneer, you know. Do we have 20? Do we have 20? Do we have 30? Do we have 30? Do we have 40? 40, 40, 40. That's what they're like. Has anybody been in a class like that? Do you enjoy that class? So annoying. That's okay. I'm not making this up. Y'all are here to tell me what you feel, and I'm just here to reflect that. Now, why is that annoying? Because it is oppressive. It is oppressive. They just don't shut up. It's like, come on, I didn't come here for this. Give me a minute. But they're not going to give you a minute because they got more to tell you. Because they don't know what they're saying and they have no precision. Now, as a contrary to that, you might have something along the way that I do it. Inhale, arms up over your head. Exhale, forward bend with your knees bent. Inhale, lift your heart. Exhale, step your feet back and lower down. Inhale, cobra pose, open your heart, shoulders back. Exhale, downward dog or child's pose, rest. You see what I'm doing? I have a lot of silence there. And that silence is not insignificant. It's extremely significant. Okay? Now, what I didn't tell you, so that's all I'm going to say about the silence. Okay? But I'm going to go back to tone of voice for a second. With tone of voice in yoga, you have to have a lot of variety. Okay? Tone of voice, back to tone of voice. Yoga. You teach with a monotone and you say, inhale your arms up over your head and exhale into a forward bend, and inhale, lift your heart, and exhale, step your feet back and lower it down, and inhale, go to sleep. Because that's all you're going to do is bring everyone to sleep. Monotones put people to sleep. But that's why I'm saying variety. Inhale, arms up over your head, over your head. Exhale, even one word, exhale, step your feet back and lower down. Inhale, lift your heart, look up, look up. See these tones, they just fly everywhere. So the more variety I have in my tone, which I cannot tell you how conscious it is, the more variety I have in my tone, the more present you are. You can't help it.
You must listen to me. As long as I change my tones, your subconscious mind is with me. It's just the nature of the human mind. Okay? So I'm telling you, a variety, up, down, inhale, lift your heart, exhale, step your feet back. Okay? Just get used to it. Change it. Play with it. Have fun. Okay. Now go next one, next one. Gotta go. I gotta keep going. All right. This one is going to require a good 4 minutes. So fasten your seatbelts. Jesus says, know yourself, know thyself. Jesus says it. Other people say it too. Know thyself. Why? Well, I'm not going to take a lot of time for the Q&A on this. I'm just going to deliver it to you. Why do you need to know yourself? Well, if you're a healer or someone who wants to help other people, the more you know yourself, the more you know everybody else. That's why. The more deeply you know yourself, you know everybody else, because there's only one kind of human mind and it all operates the same way. So if you intimately know the operations of your mind, you now know everybody else. Now, why is that important? Well, because maybe you remember what it was like before you found yoga. Maybe you remember what it was like before you found yoga, when your thinking mind never shut the heck up. When your thinking mind, and even now, I mean, even we found yoga, and it's still the case for a lot of us, because welcome to humanity. But maybe you are able to recall a time when your thinking mind never stopped criticizing you, never stopped punishing you, never stopped insulting you, never stopped judging you. Okay, you understand that? Non-stop. Boom, your thinking mind. Boom. Boom. And all you're doing is like your whole life just sitting there, just getting beaten on by your thinking mind. Does that sound like familiar? Like something that maybe we can all relate to? Good. You better relate to it, because that's what everyone else is dealing with out there. From the day they were born until right now, they have never had a moment of break from a torturing presence inside their head that never shuts the heck up and never stops causing them pain. That's everyone you know out there. Then they enter into your class. They're 45 years old. They're a regular person. They have never had an experience for a moment of not hurting, torturing, or judging, or criticizing themselves. Now they enter into your class. And in your class, it's inhale arms up over your head. It's exhale this. It's inhale this. It's exhale that. And this person who has never done anything like this before and has never had their mind shut up for even a moment before, now all of a sudden they're trying to follow this, right? Wait a minute. What? Inhale? Wait, exhale? We'll deal with that in a minute. If you have a towel, bring it to me, please. They're saying inhale. Hang on. I'll use my shirt if I have to. Exhale, right? They're saying all this stuff. Oh, that's excellent. No, stay here. Stay here. Thank you so much for the donation. I'll have to deal with this and wash it. Okay. I don't like to screw around with the floor here. I'm a studio owner, so I know what that is to do. Okay, thanks. So they're doing all this, right? Inhale this, exhale that, and they're trying to follow, and they're just like, what? Triangle this? Huh? Okay, well then, after the class is over, okay, 45 minutes, an hour, whatever it was, the class is over, and they're just realizing, well, wait a minute. That was 50 minutes. And I don't remember criticizing myself for 50 minutes. That was different. That was something else. That was another dimension that I never had experienced before. Now, how did you do that? You did it not by teaching what to do with this little muscle in this situation and focusing on the minutia of that. That's not how you did it. You did it with a flow, with a moving meditation. That's how. That's why I say I am literally loyal to the flow, because it is the flow that allows people to transcend their thinking mind. It is the transcending of their thinking mind that is the experience that is literally transformational and revelational. And that's why
This is very important that I don't stop the flow. I don't do workshops in class. It's very uncommon that I'm going to just stop and focus. I just don't. Why? This is why. Because this is much more important than, as long as no one's hurting themselves, because I'm safety based in general. But once we have that, now what's more important is to experience time in the present moment, transcending your thinking mind, experiencing peace. That's so much more important than what your quadriceps doing. Okay, so this is how I take it, and that's why I do it. Okay, it's why the flow is important, because everyone is suffering. They're suffering because their mind doesn't shut up. They have not had this experience. They're not lucky like you. Let me tell you, never judge an alcoholic. Never judge an alcoholic. Never judge anybody who's doing whatever they can to try to shut this thing up. They don't know how. They don't have yoga. They're not lucky like you. They have what they have. 6-pack of beer. It's worked for them. They don't, it's just, you cannot judge it. They are looking for God the same way that you are. You never, ever tell an alcoholic to stop drinking unless you give them some other spiritual replacement, because if you don't, you do not understand what they're doing, because what they're doing is feeling divine presence the only time they can. Okay? So don't judge anybody. Everyone's got the same situation and is doing their best to work that situation out, right? So we're lucky. We're blessed. We have yoga. We have meditation. We have eating good. We have exercise. Oh, thank God. Well, if we didn't, we would likely be stuck with a lot of the same things that everyone else is doing. Okay? So have a lot of compassion for everyone out there who's doing their best to transcend their mind in the ways that they can. Okay? Be very careful with judgment. Leave all judgment to God. Okay? You are not the one to judge. Okay? All right. Next one. Okay? Adjustments. I'm going to teach you all about adjustments. First, you will adjust with verbal adjustments. We're going to tell people what we want first. Secondly, we will adjust very lightly, with very energetically, so that we're not using our force. And then lastly, there are types of adjustments that do require physical action and physical strength on your behalf. Those are the last type of adjustments that I will teach you towards the end. Okay? For the first group of adjustments, it's going to be verbal and touching, but not manhandling people. Okay? Okay. Next thing is what? Demonstration? Which one? Variations, that's like Fred Busch Yoga 101. I haven't talked too much about Fred Busch Yoga, but that's what we do. We are interested in safety, in variations, in massage therapy, touch, in meditation, in nutrition, in individual application. All this stuff is what we're doing, and safety and variations is the key. Next one. Okay, so demonstration is not required. Sometimes you're going to be injured. And if you're injured, you better not demonstrate what injures you, because then you'll never heal. And that's one of the most common mistakes that yoga teachers make. They do not stop demonstrating, and they're injured. And they just do not understand that they need to demonstrate healing. And if they keep injuring themselves, whatever they think they're teaching, they're not actually teaching yoga in an intelligent way, because they're just hurting themselves. Okay, but they feel like they have to demonstrate. You don't have to demonstrate nothing. Okay, use your mouth, use your eyes. You tell them what to do. Even if they're a brand new beginner and they don't know anything, you still do not have to demonstrate. You just tell them what to do. If you're injured, if you're not injured, go ahead and demonstrate downward dog. Big deal. Why not? If you're not injured, show a brand new beginner what it's like. Why not? But you just don't have to if you have a reason not to. And never demonstrate a difficult pose if you're not warmed up. Because if you're not 18 years old, is everybody here over 16 years old? Because if you're over 16, you better warm up. You understand? You better warm up. Okay? When you're 12, you could do whatever you wanted and probably survive that. You're not 12 anymore. So now we got to warm up, and this is to be emphasized. Okay. And if you're not warmed up, don't demonstrate things, because that's the fastest way to get hurt. Okay. Okay. Questions? And last one is referencing texts. Okay. I already spoke about that. It's optional. Okay. When the sacred scriptures come from you naturally, then they will be shared. Until then, there's no hurry. You're already delivering the experience by talking about the nature of the quality of the breath. Okay? All right. So that's that for now. I have 3 minutes. Let me talk about Fred Busch Power Yoga real quick, okay? Because this is important. So last 3 minutes. Power yoga, okay, is variable. Everyone's power yoga is different. You go to LA, you have Brian Kest's power yoga. You go to Baron Baptiste in Boston and you know, all these different power yoga. South Florida and South America, this is more my style of power yoga because I've been here, right? So power yoga is the same exact thing as vinyasa yoga. And vinyasa yoga or power yoga is any style of yoga that moves with the breath. Okay, so if it's moving with the breath, inhale this, exhale that, that's called vinyasa yoga. And vinyasa yoga is power yoga. They are the same exact thing. One is an English name, power, English word. Vinyasa, Sanskrit word. They are the same exact style of yoga. Vinyasa, Vinyasa. So all power yoga, vinyasa yoga will have a moving connection to the breath, okay? But there's a lot of variety in depending on who is the real teacher, because there's several, you know, types of power yoga depending on the teacher. My style is what I'm going to explain now, okay? Which is based on individual application, okay? As Krishnamacharya teaches, everybody's different. So we're going to apply the system individually. It has variations for safety, okay? It has therapy associated to it. I mean, my healing sequences is yoga therapy. So we're constantly interested in healing people in the context of the practice, okay? We use props like blocks and all kinds of things. Okay, we are interested in touch, like massage therapy. Tomorrow I will start to teach you how to touch each other in these poses. We're interested in food, nutrition. We're interested in meditation. This is what makes our style our style. And the number one thing, of course, is safety. We are primarily focused on safety. Okay, so this is what makes my style a bit more unique. You know, this is what I'm focused on. Relationship between food, the importance of meditation, the importance of the power of touch, the fact that everyone's individual, the fact that we have to heal and use all the different tools that we can to help people. All right. So this is our style of yoga, which is just a version of power yoga. Okay. And, you know, that's what I do. Now, this is our style. This is Fred Busch Power Yoga. This is what I do. This is my intentions, my focus. Other teachers might have different focuses. Other teachers don't talk about food. A lot of yoga teachers don't talk about food. To me, that's just outrageous. Okay, it's just missing the entire point. But they don't want to bother people. You know, they don't want to. So, okay, but to me, it doesn't really follow because it's kind of like the foundation of the whole deal. You know. Well, listen, when I talk about food in class, it's with a sense of humor. It's never judgmental. It's never you're a bad person or you're a sinner because you eat this way or not. It doesn't matter. No, you're not a bad person. Okay. But I'll make a joke out of it. When you're doing crow pose, okay, you're doing crow, you're trying to do crow. I'll say something funny. I'll be like, listen, guys, crows don't eat fried chicken. You know, crows don't, like something funny, you know, like try to find a way to make you laugh and then connect the dots that say, you know what, how you eat and your yoga practice are related. And we cannot let that connection go. Okay. All right. So we're pretty much at 2 o'clock. Let's close with the Gayatri mantra and we'll take any questions tomorrow. Okay. Close your eyes. We'll close with the mantra. Relax your mind, relax your jaw, relax the muscles between your eyebrows and visualize how everything you are learning, you are absorbing and deeply and easily. Visualize gratitude for this sacred Sangha, this family, the sisters that you are, the sacred space within which we are all together, all the blessings in our life. Visualize your intention for being here, intention to bring that which is in your best interest and to make the world a better place. Align intention and gratitude. Let's chant Gayatri. Repeat after me if you wish. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Again, I'll do it slower. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Tat Savitur Varenyam. Bargo. Bargo. Devasya Dimahi. Devasya Dimahi. Diyo Yona. Diyo Yona. Prachodayat. Prachodayat. Together. Om. Namaste. Thanks, girls. Mwah. All right, if you have any questions that are individual, write me individually anytime. I'm here to help you as best I can. If you always want to talk to me individually after class, before class, just write me. We can stay together. Anything that I can do, I'm here. Have a great day, guys. Study.